Each of the 4 teams has won 1 and lost 1 so far, which means that today's games are effectively semi-finals. The winning teams today will progress to tomorrow's grand final, and the losing teams will go to the 3rd, 4th playoff. So plenty to play for all teams. Auckland coming off a win in their last game against Districts on Friday, so they'll be confident about today's effort. Canterbury Otago coming off a loss to... No, sorry, they're coming off a win as well. Canterbury Otago against Wellington Tasman on Friday, so 2 teams in good form. Players will be making their way to the middle shortly. Canterbury Otago have won the toss, I believe, and in any case they will be batting. As I mentioned, it is beautiful weather here in Auckland, so pretty sure we'll have an uninterrupted day of cricket, 45 overs a side. Very shortly we'll see the Canterbury Otago openers walk out to the middle. We've got the umpires coming out there now, followed closely behind by the Auckland players. To enthusiastic applause from the small crowd that we have here so far today. That's expected to build. We're actually expecting a good number of Sri Lankan supporters to show up, mainly to cheer Chanawira Paruma on, and they're expected to bring their drums and their usual enthusiasm, so we'll look forward to that. And being a Sunday, I'm sure we'll see a few interested spectators stop by. John Gary and Craig Gibb will be the openers for the Canterbury Otago side, and looks like we're going to have Dean Askew opening the bowling for Auckland. He's been out with injury for the first 2 games, but he's obviously recovered well enough to not only play but take the new ball for Auckland. Injured himself water skiing of all things, apparently. So we're just in the final preparations. Scorers signal to the scorers, who signal back. It'll be another contest between two past and present members of the New Zealand Over-50s side, with Craig Gibb having played for New Zealand at the 2018 World Cup, and Dean Askew having played for New Zealand right since their very first Over-50s international back in February of 2018. So here we go. Good start from Askew, wee bit of bounce there. Gibb just prods a little part of the wicket where that may have sprung up from. Short and caught behind. Excellent start for Auckland. That was short again, and Gibb went for the cut this time, and all he could do was just get a little edge through to Ofisa Tunu'u, the wicketkeeper. So that's a fantastic start for Auckland. Great comeback for Dean Askew after having missed a couple of games. And Craig Gibb, one of the members of this vaunted Canterbury Otago side, is on his way back for a second ball duck. We got Pat McKenna gone out to bat at first drop. No sign of Andrew Hoare yet, who's scored 80s in both of the matches so far. So we've got Pat McKenna getting an opportunity. Left-handed batsman, originally from Nelson, now lives in Clutha, I believe, way down in the Otago province of New Zealand. Oh, and that could have been 2 wickets and 4 balls. There's not sure what kind of shot McKenna was trying to play there. It was a half leave, half dab, and it looks like it went straight to second slip where it's been put down. Not sure who the fielder is there, but maybe Neil Ronaldson. Will try and confirm that, but certainly a dramatic start for Canterbury Otago mainlanders. Oh, he has played that dab with a little more aggression this time, and in fact he's uppercut it over the slips and down to the boundary for 4. So using the extra pace of Dean Askew, there was McKenna. Canterbury have their first runs. Bevan Jenkinson's alongside me today again. Morning, Bevan.
Morning, Jim. Morning, viewers. Good day off yesterday by most, I believe. First over here, Jim. It's been very interesting. I've been trying to sort myself out after all those photos that I took and something else that I was doing. But managed to keep one eye on the game early on. So see a half-shouted appeal for HBW. Certainly an interesting over the first up for Dean Askew.
It is. Very action-packed over. We had double happening here at Cornwall Park. It appears that Auckland are going to open up with some spin, or at least slow bowling. The jury's still out on whether he bowls spin or arm balls. I think it's a mixture of both, but it's going to be Amitaj Randhawa from the showgrounds end. He's probably been Auckland's best bowler so far. Bowled very tightly against Wellington Tasman on day one, and also bowled again well against Districts on day two. So he's going to take the new ball. Not sure how often he does that.
I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a little bit of assistance to start with, Jim. That pitch out there, again, is very soft. There's a couple of little patches, interesting looking patches. Thankfully for the batsmen, they are quite full though. So maybe if they use their feet to Amitaj, negate anything.
Well, I have a feeling he's been given the new ball more because of his ability to swing it than spin it. His arm ball apparently does swing a fair bit. Anyway, we'll find out. Here we go. Yeah, he bowls a very useful arm ball. That's his quicker one. And I wonder if Adrian Dale just thought, give him first crack. We'll be bowling to John Gary, who generally has quite a solid defence. See that nice long stride forward he has. I think he got a golden duck, or at least a duck, on Friday in the second game.
Yeah, from memory.
Another member of the New Zealand team that went to South Africa for the World Cup, John Gary.
Interesting, got a slip and a gully as well and play first up here. The gully's actually pretty round and short as well. There's, it is a slow bowler, but it's a new ball as well, so it'll be interesting to see how long that gully's in place for.
The man who's opened the bowling for Auckland in the first two games was John Cleland, but he injured his quad in the last game, so he's unable to bowl today. I think he's playing. He's not playing, in fact.
No, I was just going to give you that information,
Okay.
Jim. John Cleland and Mark Robinson, who normally does open the bowl for Auckland, are not playing. Sitting this one out, the two Auckland players.
Okay, interesting.
It's just told me.
As I mentioned, this is effectively a semi-final, so teams will be looking to put out their best lineups for this match, presumably.
Wellington Tasman are off to a pretty good start. Jim in the other game, 15 without loss, 2 balls to go in the second.
Wow, okay.
This one's cut behind square.
There's a pull shot, he's a left-hander.
Sorry, yeah,
Just turned it round. It wasn't a full-blooded pull shot.
I didn't see the shot, I just saw where it went to.
Wellington Tasman welcoming back Mason Robinson to their lineup. He's arrived in town for these last 2 games. So he's opening the batting with, I think, Greg Stretch. So
Greg is opening.
2 South Islanders representing the Tasman contingent of the Wellington Tasman Firehawks, and obviously getting off to a fairly good start there.
Firebirds had a pretty good win yesterday as well, actually. Both Wellington sides having good wins in the Super Smash yesterday.
It's been put down. It wasn't terribly easy. but it was a chance. Mike Jamison there, unable to hang on in the gully as John Gary slashed at that one from Dean Askew and carried it a good height. It was off to his right, but definitely catchable.
Well, the best thing is for Auckland is that it's a dot ball instead of 4 runs, because those were the only two options basically, because that one was flying to the boundary. This one off his pads down to Spencer Day at fine leg. And they're coming back two on that arm. Very well run. It was John Gary running to the danger end. He called it.
That gets John Gary off the mark after 8 deliveries. That one is down leg and it's been called wide.
Got two quite young umpires out here today, Jim. It's really good to see. They seem to know their stuff. I was talking to them before the game when I was having a look at the pitch.
Well, it's usually the umpires are older than the players
Yeah.
in most games, but these guys are well different.
Probably about half the
under
age.
50. That's right. The shot and guided nicely down through third man by John Gary, and it's going across the line there. It's actually one of his good shots, Gary. He times those sort of guides. It's not a full-blooded cut. It's more of a guide through third man. He does time it nicely, as he did on that occasion. So 4 to Gary. Good shot.
Yeah, it wasn't that far wide of Amataj Randawa at point either, but he just couldn't get to it.
This is good batting from Gary. Enjoys the pace of Dean Askew, it appears. Still plays a good level of cricket in Christchurch, does John Gary. Plays for the Heathcote Cricket Club. I believe plays for their first team sometimes, and sometimes the second team. So he's playing against some pretty good bowlers on a Saturday.
Ball to finish the third, 13 for 1. Don't think there's really been any team that's you could say has got their noses in front of everyone, is there, Jim? I know you called it pre-tournament that there's a blanket to be thrown over across all 4 teams, and we're on penultimate day. And as you've said a couple of times, it's virtually semi-finals.
Yeah, even now, I can't really say that any of the teams is favoured to win the games today, let alone the whole tournament. So it's been fantastic that all 4 teams are so even.
Been a great couple of days too, except for that rain on Friday, but we still managed to get in almost 90% of overs.
Oh, that's a good delivery from Randawa. That might be that swinging delivery that he has.
Yeah. Gary tried to come out to it and negate anything, but he couldn't, and just gone past the bat. Good single.
Well played though.
Yeah. Just pushed it to mid-off. And mid-off had to take a couple of steps to his left. Even though he had to jog through at a reasonable pace, he was comfortable.
I think this is the first ball that the left-hander, Pat McKenna, has faced against Randawa. He's taking his guard there. And the captain and bowler just readjusting the field for the left-hander. No field is outside the circle that I can see. Sorry, there's one
Square.
backward square leg there.
Under the willows.
Under the willow tree. Is it a willow? We'll get confirmation of that from our tree expert.
Let's get that description out, Jim.
It's a tree at least, Jim.
It is a tree, yes, we're confident of that. And the exact species is not the most important issue to clarify at the moment.
Did a little bit more bounce than he has done on his previous deliveries, Randall, but nothing too threatening there for McKenna. This one was shorter. Backward point coming around, a good job there to cut that one off.
Gets through his overs quite quickly, does Randhawa. Doesn't give the batsman a lot of time to settle and think about how many dot balls they've played. And he has a short run. And as usual, he's dropped onto a good line of length straight away as Randhawa. It's his second over. He's only had the one run conceded from those 2 overs. Yeah, Wellington, Tasman have made a good start. They've slowed down a wee bit from the last time you mentioned it, Bevan. They're 18 without loss after 4 overs, with Mason Robinson and Greg Stretch batting.
So a few people out here already, Jim, just enjoying the bit of a breeze, sunshine. Someone's got a big tarp, pop-up tent, looking pretty comfortable.
That's a beautiful shot from John Gary, flicked off his toes. We talked about his guide down to third man being one of his signature shots. His other signature shot is that pick-up shot off his toes. He plays it beautifully, and he's just used the pace from Askew there to knock it over vacant mid-wicket area for 4. Really good shot from Gary. Definitely the shot of the day so far. They were only into the 5th over.
Played with some real positivity, that one. Gary seems to be able to read the ball, play it on its merits, as they usually say. But that was a great pick-up shot, that one.
The other signature shot we can look forward to from Gary is the cover drive. Loves the cover drive, but strong off his legs for sure as well. Short of a length from Askew that time. Playing on a different pitch today than we did for the first 2 games on this block on Thursday and Friday. We've moved over 2 or 3 pitches closer to the club rooms. It is a used wicket. I'm not sure if it's the one they played on yesterday. In fact, they played club cricket here yesterday on that wicket. There's that nice lunge forward from Gary, bat and pad close together. Got a good technique generally, John Gary. Came very close to playing first class cricket for, I want to say Otago. He did grow up in the Otago region before moving to Canterbury, and I think that he came close to playing for the Otago first class side.
Yeah, the pitch out there is, it does look, yeah, it is quite obvious that there was a game yesterday played on it, but there's not a lot of wear and tear. There's just some marks on it that, you see a few balls land on it and you know what it's going to do.
They'll use the same pitch for the final tomorrow. Were quite good. As Canterbury rebuild after that very early loss of Craig Gibb. Gibb usually the player they look to anchor the innings, but he definitely won't be doing that today.
Well, him and Andrew Hoare actually have the equal record for the first wicket partnership, 112. So key wicket that was the other day against Wellington Tasman, that 112.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Hoare.
Tight single here. Good call from John Gary. Not always entirely secure with his running, Gary, but he was on this occasion. Early call, and McKenna responded.
Might be something he's worked on, Jim, because it's the second time he's taken off pretty confidently with a quick single, and never an issue in the end.
Maybe you're right.
But again, we see players doesn't always practice doesn't always make it perfect.
Oh, there's that slower ball again, and it almost fooled Gary, but he's managed to squeeze it through the covers and gone all the way for 4. They must have timed it a little bit better than I thought. It was uppish off the bat, but looks like we've got a reasonably paced outfield again today, and they had enough to reach the boundary. So that's the third boundary that John Gary's hit so far, and he's progressed quite nicely to 16.
Yeah, there wasn't much in that shot. It just leant on it, pushed the bat through, and I think most people were quite surprised it reached the boundary. Shots like that, though, it's always about timing, isn't it?
And that was the third key shot that I mentioned for John Gary. He's got the cover drive and the flick off his toes and that guide shot. He may well have a few more in the bag that I haven't noticed yet. I'm sure he does. Quicker ball, and that's
very late shot on that one.
Yeah, very late. There's no one there, so Dean Askew, I think it is, will have to come across and they'll pick up another 2.
Aaron Hills is doing some good bowling for districts over there, Jim, because now Canterbury actually got more runs than what Auckland do in less overs. So it's swung back the other way.
Kingsley Smith is the other opening bowler for districts. Looking forward to watching him bowl today. He's come into this tournament with a good reputation. Didn't play in the second game for districts.
I think he's got a bit of a niggle at the moment. That's probably the reason why he didn't play in that second one. This one's nice and tight to mid-on. Spencer Day, though, does some good groundwork as his reputation precedes him.
We're seeing some lot more energy and enthusiasm from the Auckland team in the field today. They were very disappointed with their effort in the first 25 overs of Friday's game. They dropped a number of simple catches. They have dropped a catch already today. Mike Jamison. 2 catches in fact they've dropped. So big shout there for LB. No, caught behind. Sorry, no, not out.
Auckland scorer was giving it out like he usually does when there's a half appeal that goes up.
So 2 drop catches for Auckland, but despite that, their intensity's good. And that is the end of another over for Randawa, his third. He's bowled in the middle of the innings in the first 2 games for Auckland, so if he bowls a long spell at the start here, he won't be able to do that today, but they are playing their other 2 off-spinners in Reece Henderson and Maya Chauhan, who have both also been effective, so again going in with the 3 off-spinner approach. Early stages, but John Gary looking pretty good today. He'll be determined to get a good score. He's looked solid in defence, he's left well, and he's committed to his attacking shots. Just a little bit of a gentle breeze blowing across Cornwall Park. See, it's blowing our camera a little bit. Hopefully it's not affecting your viewing experience. See that back of a length delivery again from Dean Askew, which he would have bowled so many times in his first class career. Played first class cricket for Central Districts and Auckland over, I think, 6 or 7 years, maybe a little bit longer. Still very fit as he gets closer to 60 than 50. Probably the fastest bowler in the country at over 50s level, Dean Askew. Still no loss for Wellington Tasman versus Districts. Greg Stretch is on 15 and Mason Robinson is on 11. 29 without loss after 7.4 overs over there. It'll be Randawa to continue into his 4th over now. It's bowling to Pat McKenna, who hasn't had much of the strike. John Gary's faced 28 balls in the same time that McKenna's only faced 13. Bit of a shout for LB, more of a sort of cry of excitement at the fact that McKenna missed that one. And Randauer's responded to that shot by just moving his mid-on a little bit wider and further back. In fact, he's said just go out into the boundary. So we've now got that deep square leg and a cow corner, you'd say. That's Spencer Day going out there. And instead of hitting it to one of those two players, McKenna just bunts it into the onside and takes an easy single. So that's good batting from him. Not falling for the obvious trap that Randauer had set for him. All four teams looking in good shape today. No major injuries that I'm aware of. And the players seem to be moving freely for their third game in 4 days. Nice use of the feet there from Gary, and he just continues running with the shot. Makes it easily. Good batting.
They seem to work.
Another good single inside the 30-yard circle there from McKenna.
29.
Not a rapid start for the Canterbury Otago mainlanders. They're going at 3.63 and over. But they've looked in control since the early wicket of Craig Gibb. And haven't seemed to have too many problems. It's through the slip gully area down to third man, where Spencer Day flings in a low return. Talking earlier about Dean Askew's first-class record. Played 21 first-class games and 7 List A games. Took 63 wickets in total, an average of around 25. So good first-class record for Askew. Played for 7 or 8 seasons, as I mentioned. Also played first-class rugby as a fullback for King Country. He's missed the mark there. He's bowled wide, which has beaten the keeper as well. So they've taken a run and they're coming back for 2 runs. So that'll be a wide plus 2. A nice little guide shot from Gary. Plays nice and late, just lets the ball run onto the bat. Iron bowled him straight through. A bit of an adventurous swing from McKenna. Quite an aggressive shot to that full delivery, and it's knocked the off stump backwards. So McKenna's on his way. 9 in Canterbury Otago, and now 34 for 2. Full. He saw the opportunity to hit the ball down the ground, which he tried to do, but you've got to actually hit it, and that's what he wasn't able to do. So McKenna's gone. Canterbury Otago lose their second wicket, and that brings the captain of the Mainlanders to the crease, Andrew Hoare. It's been in fantastic form in this tournament so far. Andrew Hoare scored 90 in the first game and 82 in the second. So looking forward to watching him bat today. Also a member of the New Zealand team that went to South Africa for the 2020 World Cup. Didn't really come off there. Scored 17 in each of the 2 matches that he played before the tournament was cancelled prematurely. Loves the short boulders, Andrew Hoare. He's caught first ball. That's a huge wicket. In-form batsman has caught it, slipped first ball. It's a golden duck for Andrew Hoare, and Dean Askew's on fire. 3rd wicket for him, and that is a crucial moment in this game. Caught by Neil Ronaldson at second slip. That's short of a length. Delivery again. Hoare just prodded at it, and after a long walk to the wicket, he's making what probably feels like a much longer one back just 30 seconds later. Canterbury Otago suddenly find themselves in a hole, 34 for 3. John Gary is still there, and he's joined by Kelvin Scott, who's also a very good batsman, but certainly not what the Mainlanders would have been hoping after their first 8.4 overs. So we've got Dean Askew on a hat-trick. Certainly showing no signs of that water skiing injury that kept him out of the first 2 games. Here we go, hat-trick delivery, Askew to Scott. So safely negotiated, but the Mainlanders still in some trouble. Shout for LBW from some of the fielders behind the wicket, but not from the bowler. And that's the end of a double successful over from Dean Askew. He's got 3 for 22 after 5 overs. Amatej Randhawa has kept things tight at the other end. It's a very good start to this game for the Auckland Over-50s. As I mentioned, all 4 teams today are still in the competition, needing to win to progress to the finals day tomorrow. Change of bowling, in fact. So Adrian Dale has decided to perhaps save Randhawa for some of those middle over innings, and he's brought on Neil Ronaldson. Yeah, lots of chat in the field from the Auckland players. They were lacklustre by their own admission yesterday, and despite dropping a couple of catches today, they've grabbed a good one in the slips and one by the keeper as well.
Is it a good one, Jim, or is it just me hanging out watching?
Good tight start by Ronaldson so far, 4 dot balls. Looks to have a little bit more pep in his step today, Ronaldson. He is known for rising to the big occasion, Neil Ronaldson, as he did at the World Cup, where he did extremely well. Decent pace for Ronaldson too, off that relatively short run-up that he has. He starts with a maiden over to John Gary, and it's also the 10th over, comes to a close. 34 for 3, so definitely Auckland's advantage after the first stage of this game. Speaking of starts, Wellington Tasman are making a good one. 59 without loss after 11 and a half overs. As Greg Stretch has just hit another boundary, he's moved on to 38. And another one of those slashes that's already seen a couple of wickets fall to the bowling of Askew. Scott doesn't make contact with this one. That's down the leg side, that's another wide. So he has strayed down the leg side a little bit today, Askew, but we'll forgive him that, given that he's taken 3 very key wickets. First sign of positive intent from Kelvin Scott with that cover drive there. He is an aggressive batsman by nature. Onto the cover drive again, Scott, and he does get this one through. It's not going to reach the boundary, and we could have had the first three of the day, but perhaps Scott and Gary not used to playing on this field where a lot of threes are run, just settling for the two. Apparently we've had 20 threes scored in this tournament over the 2 days that we've had so far. Mostly on this wicket, I imagine. Another wide. It's well played. There's no third man. Well, there is actually, but he's too wide to cut that one off. Randhawa running across. Suggest he might be a little bit fine where he's positioned. Went down to where a normal third man would have been. In fact, he's been moved around a bit now, I think. So 4 runs to Scott. He'll be happy with that. Half guide, half Nick. Looks like it's going to be leg byes. This 2 leg byes. Neil Robinson will be looking to follow up his good first over and keep the pressure on the Canterbury Otago team here. Ooh, it's a little bit aerial from Gary, that one, but there's no one close in there. We have seen a lot of shots like that in the 3 games that we've played here. The ball perhaps just sticking in the wicket a little bit, and the ball's going more aerial than the batsman intended, but no harm done on that occasion. It's a really good contest out there between Ronaldson and John Gary, both members of the New Zealand team. Both did pretty well at the 2020 World Cup. It's the first run off Ronaldson's bowling, a little single down to mid-on for Gary. I'm sure both Ronaldson and Gary will be enjoying the contest. Ronaldson will now be bowling to another member of the New Zealand team, in Kelvin Scott, who unfortunately didn't actually get on the field in any of the 2.5 games that New Zealand played at the 2020 World Cup, but he was in the squad. Had a back injury over there, and it was just coming right when the tournament was cancelled, so bad luck for Kelvin Scott. Another wide, so Ronaldson spoiling his figures somewhat.
Yeah.
With 2 consecutive wides.
Yeah.
3, and ball 3, 47.
Dean Askew's bowled 6 overs. It looks like he's going to bowl a 7th, so another long spell for Dean Askew at the age of 58, the oldest pace bowler at this tournament, I think. Still very fit, still comes off the long run, hasn't shortened his run up and since his peak. I'll just confirm that with our scorer who's played a lot with him. Is he still off the long run? Yes. Another nice shot off the legs from John Gary. He's going to take on the excellent throw of Spencer Day. I don't think he'd seen the arm that Spencer Day has when he turned for that second, and he's taken a tumble. He's made it safely, but he's probably looking up and thinking, I did not realise that man had such a good arm. Definitely the best throw of any fielder in the tournament, I think, Spencer Day. Flung that one in West Indian style. Here's that sidearm throwing action, Spencer Day. And the wicketkeeper, Ofisa Tunu'u, couldn't quite take the ball. If he had, then John Gary could have found himself in trouble as he dived in there. Ooh. Gary looking for that guide shot again, but may have just bounced a little bit more than he thought. He was quite lucky not to get anything on it as it happened. Or it may have gone to the keeper, or the 2 slips that we've still got in place. Into the 13th over now.
all over every fleece.
A bit of aggression from John Gary as he takes 2 or 3 steps down the wicket and then flicks it very nicely through mid-wicket. A little bit of Kane Williamson about that shot. And went right out towards the boundary, but it has been cut off. And they're back for 3. So that was good assertive cricket from John Gary. And that's the 50 up for Canterbury Otago Over-50s. A loss of 3 wickets. They've actually picked up the run rate in the last few overs. It's now over 4. Just a bit of cloud cover here. It's been bright and sunny all morning, but a few clouds, nothing to be worried about yet. Just the one down to third man as the ball goes out of your picture there. Fielded by Randawa. Looks like he is feeling the cold a little bit. He's got his playing shirt on, he's got a vest, and then he's got some sort of team issue fleece as well. No rain is forecast for today, so we won't start worrying about that just yet. And so in fact Mason Robinson has injured himself in that other game. He's got a runner. Shot. Oh! That was slammed into the covers from Calvin Scott with some great power behind it. It's gone to Adrian Dale and he has put it down, but it's hard to be too critical of that particular catch. It was thumped at Dale very, very hard, just a little to his right. So he has put it down, but certainly some power in that shot. It would have been an outstanding catch if he'd taken it. Gary again taking a couple of paces down the wicket, but the length on that delivery meant he couldn't do too much with it and ends up being beaten. So good positive intent from John Gary. It's moved on to 27. Oh, that's a wide that's beaten the keeper again. They've run one, coming back for 2 as we see a interesting sort of reverse flick from almost near the boundary, rather unconventional throw from the boundary.
He's not allowed to throw with his right hand. You can't throw over arm with his right hand. Not allowed to. Doctor's orders, so under arm flick.
Gary down the wicket again, and it's short of a length from Ronaldson. So I'm not sure if Gary's trying to negate some kind of movement in the air or off the pitch by coming down the wicket, or if it's just trying to take the attack to the bowlers, but he's done that a few times now.
Great. One more over. 4 off. Number 7. Yeah.
We'll have one more overs before the drinks break. In these 45 over games there are 2 drinks breaks at 15 and 30 overs respectively. And each of those drinks breaks, the number of fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle changes. So you're allowed 2 outside for the first 15, and then 3 outside for the second 15, and 3 outside, what did I say? You're allowed 3 outside for the first 15, 4 outside for the second 15, and 5 outside for the last 15. Hopefully that made some sense. And we've got a change of bowling. Auckland captain Adrian Dale. John Gary signalled for drinks. Maybe he doesn't realise that there is a drinks break coming up in just one over. It's going to be Adrian Dale. He's bowled most of his overs in this tournament from the showgrounds end, but today he's coming from the One Tree Hill end. One Tree Hill, named after the fact that there used to be one tree on it. There's no tree on it at the moment. The tree was cut down. It's been replaced by a big obelisk. Anyway, here comes Dale. So it hasn't been replaced by an obelisk. It's obelisk has been there for a while, but oh, he's left that one. That was a bit of a risky leave. Didn't look like it was too far outside the off stump, and it's hit him, but no real appeal from the fielders. Must have been a little bit high.
Yeah, you can just get rid of it. You plant one that dies and it started to get much money. That's yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. And we've seen another shot that John Gary is actually known for. He usually doesn't play it at such a precarious stage in the innings. That's the scoop shot. There's very rarely a fielder to stop that fine in these games, and it is a shot that he's played on few occasions, not in this tournament that I've seen. But he does practice it, and he's good at it, so if he bats for a while today, we may see it again. The Gary scoop. Not a shot that you see a lot at over-50s level. Not one that Adrian Dale would have seen off his bowling too much, I imagine. And that will be drinks. We'll just take a short break. We'll be back here in a few minutes. Plenty of action over in the Wellington Tasman versus Districts game. 91 without loss, Wellington Tasman. Greg Stretch 46 off 55 balls, and Mason Robinson 40 off 39. Robinson does have a runner. I think he may have injured a calf or a knee or something like that. He was hobbling at one stage, but it's not stopping him batting okay. It's just he's not able to run, so he has Scott Pender running for him over there. Pretty handy guy to have running for you. So excellent start for Wellington Tasman. 91 without loss. That's about 6 and over. Players returning to the field on the number 1 ground.
That's what I call babies. Call them coffee. Oh, it's come up. We're counting them.
With Canterbury Otago 58 for 3 after 15 overs. They started badly. Craig Gibb out to the second ball of the game, caught by the wicketkeeper, Officer Tunu'u, off the bowling of Dean Askew for 0. Pat McKenna batted for a little while with John Gary before he was bowled by Dean Askew for 9. And then Andrew Hoare, the captain and perhaps star batsman of the Canterbury Otago Mainlanders, out first ball to Dean Askew. Got a fantastic delivery from Askew. And nicked it through to the keeper. So the players are all ready to go in this match, but we don't have any umpires. Not sure where the umpires have disappeared to. The fielders are all in position, the batsmen are ready, the bowler's at the top of his mark, but there's no one to say play. So here we go, they are slowly making their way back. Well, one of them is at least. The other one comes jogging back, looking guiltily at his watch. As I mentioned earlier, it's pretty rare for both umpires to be a lot younger than any of the players. But we do have that situation.
That's true. About 20 years. Yeah, that must be some sort of record.
Should we ask them later how old they actually are?
That's hilarious, yeah. I don't even think
They're
that.
probably under 21 even, you know.
It's good to see though, isn't it?
It is.
Anyway, they have resumed their positions. As I mentioned, everyone else is ready to go, so it'll be Neil Ronaldson to continue. Tight single on the leg side. Officer Tunu'u, the former All Black, does a half-back's dive pass out to the backs, in this case out to the bowler. And that was a leg bye, I believe, was it? Yes, leg bye. Tunu'u standing up to the bowling of Neil Ronaldson.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently they haven't got any because they've got to ask Oh, you enjoy your day yesterday? Yes. Yes. We saw the boat and everything. We went to Joe's garage last night for a minute. Oh, was it like? It was good. It was fine. Just what we wanted. Because we've eaten at lunchtime, so we just went to share the people.
Positive cover drive from Gary, but straight to Adrian Dale, who's been patrolling the covers with a lot of enthusiasm so far. did drop that stinging catch from Kelvin Scott in Ronaldson's previous over. And again we see that little guide which Gary plays nice and late. Moves across towards the ball and just pushes it down to third man for another couple.
Sorry. No, it's I walked into you again, so
That's alright. I'll let you. Very interesting. Couldn't get the second batsman up as a name.
no, it's happened in tournament.
Ooh. Beats the bat of Gary on that occasion, and it's nicely taken by Professor Tanu behind the stumps. Whips off the bails, but Gary had not lifted his foot.
Just put in drinks break and then bring it back up.
Were you the one that was giving it out from out here, over here, was it? Or did someone sign by?
A little bit of a race on between Greg Stretch and Mason Robinson to reach 50 in the second game. They're 47 and 46 respectively, as Wellington Tasman have cruised along to 98 without loss.
Yeah, I've been having a talk, Jim, with the districts players over there. And they just said that they've been playing really well out there. There's been no chances given, no leeway from the batsmen. It's just been classic cricket, basically, from Stretch and Robinson.
It's another boundary to Mason Robinson, and that may bring up his 50. Yes, the smattering of applause confirms that. Raises his bat, so straight into action Mason Robinson in this IPT. Ooh, as we see a bit of a swing and a miss from Kelvin Scott back here on the number 1 wicket. Sedate start from Scott, 9 off 15 balls. He is known for his boundary hitting.
In the top 10 of for strike rates in the IPT as well, actually, so certainly can play.
Oh, he's found the gap nicely there between backward point and point, and he's timed it very nicely, and it's gone to the boundary for 4. So that is one of those boundaries that I was just talking about that he likes to hit.
Again, Jim, they've heard what you've said and decided to show it. You know, show what they made.
He may have the live stream playing in his pocket, listening to the commentary perhaps.
I reckon if the mics work, you know, if it should work one way, it should be the other way, shouldn't we? We should have them mic'd up. The wicket's fallen over, so Tanu'u's had to come around from the keeper to square leg to get through for a leg bye. I've had a talk to the people that are in the blue gazebo over there, Jim. They're proud Takapuna supporters, and they seem to be settling in for the day by the sound of their plans.
Yes, well they'd know. I think there's 2 or 3 Takapuna Cricket Club members in the Auckland side. Reese Henderson is one, Amitej Randhawa another, I believe. No. And Stu Jensen and Spencer Day, that's right.
And Reese, isn't it?
Yes, I mentioned Reese. So, plenty of players for those Takapuna supporters to cheer on. Hit on pad again, John Gary. Maybe Adrian Dale getting a little bit of movement off the wicket, as he very often does. nicely played by Kelvin Scott. Late cut. Back cut. It's, in fact, it's gone for 4, so very well timed.
Runs away down there.
Lay back and just knocked it on the head. And the fielder there wasn't able to pull it in. It's a nice, fast outfield we've got today. So if you do get it through the gap with a bit of timing, you're very likely to get 4 runs for your troubles.
Yeah, that's right. I was going to say you don't.
A lot of LBWs. That is his main form of dismissal, but not given on that occasion.
It's difficult to know whether it's actually in line or not. It's true. It's a bit like the people that.
Ooh, bit of a wild swing from Scott there. He was aiming down towards long on probably, but it's gone to fine leg instead. But no harm done, 1 run.
Things seem to be happening for Auckland in spurts, doesn't it? They get a bit of momentum going in the fielding and get a couple of wickets and then starts quieting down. Same with the half shouts as well. So we just see another chance.
Well,
Possible chance.
it did sound a little bit like an edge to Nu'u's standing up to the bowling of Neil Ronaldson, so it's either going to stick or it's not. And on that occasion, looks like it did not. Hard luck for the keeper.
So forward prod to backward square.
All good bowling by Neil Ronaldson. He's troubling both of these batsmen. Hasn't taken a wicket yet, but definitely asking some questions.
72.
Just noticed too, Jim, over on the Wellington Tasman game. Have you noticed that we've had Friday's curse come back? We've got a runner over there.
Yeah, we've mentioned that, Evan. Yes, Mason Robinson appears to be struggling with a leg injury of some description. So he's got the ideal runner in Scott Pender, possibly the fittest man in the tournament.
I'm going to say he doesn't look slow. Just seen him run a very good positive too.
That is a fantastic shot from Gary, short of a length from Adrian Dale, maybe a little bit shorter than that, and Gary with a front foot pull over straight mid wicket, and that raced into the boundary.
Just set up for him there, and he's just rocked onto the front foot and just pulled it round over mid wicket's head. No trouble at all, other than the fielder that had to go and get it.
We've seen 2 or 3 excellent shots from John Gary. He played that beautiful shot off his legs early, and this was right up there in terms of quality. And now he goes for the Gary scoop again. He's got hold of this one a little bit. It's gone down to fine leg. Reece Henderson will come across. Shot this time. Just showing that he hasn't lost his nice forward defensive shot in favour of the more T20 style shots that we've seen earlier in the over.
I guess if you're holding the key while the engine's running and you walk away, it beats it.
Bit disappointed with himself there, it seems. John Gary has played it basically straight to Armitage at point there, but was trying to get it between to the left of Armitage, but look, don't think that would have actually gone to the boundary because Neil Ronaldson's in front of us here. He was going to hunt that one down pretty quick. It's an appeal, but
Half a shout. He pulled out of it, Adrian Dale. He started to yell and then...
big chunk of the bat, I think, was the issue with that one.
Right. Nice looking cover drive from Gary, but it does go straight to Mike Jamieson. No run.
8. Yeah.
Have we had any threes today yet, Jim?
Yes, we mentioned that earlier, and I did bust out the stat that you kindly
okay,
provided.
You pinched my moment there then.
I have.
That's fine.
It just seemed like the right moment, and I wasn't sure there'd be another one, but
Yeah, well, no, that's why I
welcome
thought
to-
I'd bring it up.
you're welcome to repeat it.
So the 23s run on the first 2 days of 2020-21 OPT. I probably agree with the comment that can't remember exactly who the player was. I think it was one of the Auckland players that said when we were wondering how many threes, he said far too many. Probably concur with that comment as well.
Ooh, that was
I
a...
think it might have just bounced in front of him there at cover,
I'm
but
not sure. It was a full-blooded cut from Kelvin Scott, and it went very low down to Adrian Dale. The body language of the fielders would suggest that perhaps it wasn't a catch, so you may have been right there.
it's definitely half a chance.
So opportunities continuing to be produced by the Auckland players. That's to the right of Dale this time, who takes a little bit of an awkward tumble. And Scott will pick up a couple.
It's the awkwardness sometimes of that artificial pitch, isn't it? Fielding on the other side of it. And especially anyone who's played a game of cricket on an Arto knows what can happen. Anything can happen when it hits the edge. Oh, there's a big swing there, but no connection. Yeah, so it's something that's at least in the back of your mind when you're on that side of the field.
Looks like a wicket may have fallen over on the number 2 ground. We'll confirm that in a moment. That's gone to the left of Dale this time. He has timed that pretty well, Kelvin Scott. And that has gone out to the boundary before. So he's been peppering Adrian Dale in that point region. One straight to him, one to his right, and now one to his left.
Yeah, Greg Stretch has fallen LBW for 52 over in Wellington, Tasman, so their first wicket. 118 for 1 in the 20th. But yeah, he's been winding up, hasn't he, Scott, to try and get to the boundary, and he just managed to do so there with some power bit finesse as well. That shot.
There'll be buys here as Tanu'u up to the wicket can't hold on to that ball which Kelvin Scott left, and it's 2 buys.
Yeah, it's the only issue with standing up to someone of Ronaldson's, well, I suppose, pace for this age group. And it looks as though he might have just caught it on the edge of the thumb or something, because he was shaking, even mostly into the padding probably. Wasn't too comfortable.
Decent comeback from Canterbury Otago now. They've taken their score up to 86 for 3 after being 34 for 3, so that would suggest a 50-run partnership between these two. And their run rate's up to 4.3, so recovering from that early start where Dean Askew was all over them. That's an edge, and it's gone wide of Tanu'u. There's no slips left now. There was 2 slips until very recently. It's gone down to third man, and Amitej Randhawa covers some ground to get it before the boundary, but not before they've run 2. So edgy from Gary, but Dale can't blame anyone for not having any slips, as he is the captain.
It's not much real cause for having slips though, is there at the moment? Hasn't been too many that have flown through that area, and we're 20 overs into the game now, so...
Well, they did have at least one drop catch in the slips, one caught, another one caught behind, and then that one there. But, yeah, as we mentioned before...
A while ago now, wasn't it?
Yes, a while ago, yes. Another one that's gone through where perhaps gully might have been,
It's
but
been
not really an edge.
11 overs since our last wicket, so it's not surprising. But to know who's behind the wickets by himself, other than fine league and third man on the boundary. Looking at, when that ball's back of length, he's seeing it early, trying to guide. This one's picked up, and some great fielding at mid-off. And I tell you what, if that had hit the stumps on the throw, that would have been out, but it's not. It's a safe single in the end. Richard, what is the total there, sir? Is it 90?
Yes.
It is 90 for 3 after 21. So conditions here at Cornwall Park, just starting to heat up a little bit. Nothing too bad at the moment, but it'll get hot later on. Air temperatures, what you'd expect, mid-20s. As Ruggleson continues from Showground's end. Dot ball to start the over. What's that come off, Jim? That was quite an interesting...
But no, it did seem to deviate
Yeah.
before it got to Tanubu standing up again. But again, the body language of the Auckland fielders
Gives nothing, so yeah.
well taken that time by Tanubu, who's done some good work behind the stumps today. May have missed one or two half opportunities, but he's generally looked pretty solid and has taken a catch. Whoa, it's a bit of a wild swing from Kelvin Scott. It's going to go down to third man. They turn for the second, but decide against it.
Like this Spencer Day down there, and with an arm like his, you'd be pretty pushing it to run a second there, and especially when the throw was straight to Tuna'u.
Yes, John Gary nearly fell foul of Spencer Day's arm earlier, so he's probably a little bit wary now.
Batsman must replace the runner. Like conditions, when the first wicket falls, he can become the runner. The outgoing batsman, when the first wicket falls, must become the runner. So you can't leave your speedster out there. He has to come off and he has to be replaced.
Because that was the issue the other day.
That's aerial, just falls short of... In fact, that's Spencer
That's
Day
Spencer
there.
Day there, yes. I'm not sure who it is at third man.
Now he's been dismissed. He needs to go back out there and be the runner.
Anyway, another one of those slightly aerial shots that we've talked about a few times now. No harm done.
So it's just one off the over.
Similar stature that played down at third man, actually, to Spencer. My eyesight's normally that good, but I was confident that was him, but no, he was at mid-off and it was not far away from his hands. But a miscue chip almost. Taking the over. That opening stand, Jim over on the Wellington Tasman Districts game has broken the record for the first partnership, as we see a misfield and he'll come back for two. It was a good push for the first single.
It's turning for three, actually.
Created it, yeah. He's,
Well done, Kaylee.
did not think there was three in there, but no, he's done very well.
Get another three to add to your list there, Bevan.
Yeah. He's 118 that opening run, opening partnership between Robinson and Stretch.
Yes, good effort there on the number two, although Mason Robinson, as we mentioned, does seem to be injured, so it'll be interesting to see whether he keeps wicket later in the day. He is designated wicket keeper for Firehawks.
Thankfully, I think they've got a couple of others backing up that can do that. I mean, he's been away the first 2 days. So.
He's found the gap nicely there, John Gary. It's going towards the boundary there. Great sprawling save by Stu Jensen, just centimetres inside the boundary as that one went to the right of Neil Ronaldson at backward point and to the left of Jensen at point. So good gappage from John Gary, and he's taken tip.
A good chase from Jensen. I wasn't sure whether he was going to
see the Gary scoop again, and that's gone over the head of the wicket keeper. Two fielders converging. Rundell will get it, and again a semi-successful Gary scoop. Just goes down on one knee and gets the head out of the way.
I'm going to say I'm taking it from your comments, Jim, that he's quite renowned by that for the skip, is he?
He practices it quite a bit.
Okay, it's something he does actually practice rather than...
Yeah, he plays it at every opportunity because, as he says, there's very rarely a fieldsman there, which is quite right.
Oh, this one's just eloquently played to third man.
Yeah, it's good batsmanship from Gary. He's really stuck to those 3 or 4 shots that he's got all day. The guide down to third man, which he's played a lot of, the cover drive, the Gary scoop, and the flick off the legs. Those have really been the shots that he's played today, and it's worked well for him as he moved on to 44 now.
You would think in saying that he's only played 4 shots, you'd think it's boring, but it hasn't been at all. He's done them very well, and his shot selection's been brilliant as well. 1 or 2 aerial that have created half chances, but yeah, they've been executed very well.
Yeah, he doesn't try to go out of his range of shots. He's got a good forward defensive as well, so he can defend the balls that aren't in the area for those shots that he likes to play.
That's all right. It's okay. Throw that.
There it is again. Late guide down to third man.
Just a fine touch.
100 up, boys.
And that brings up the 100 for Canterbury Otago. Pretty good recovery from them after being 34 for 3. They're now 100 for 3. Going along not too badly at 4.3 and over. And these two batsmen well set now. So what's going to happen to the next 20 overs or so? No sign of spin since Randawa opened the bowling. It's been seam apart from that. Maybe it won't be too long before we see the two offies in action, Maya Chauhan and Reece Henderson, both of whom bowled very well in the last game.
This is normally when Auckland does deploy them, though, doesn't it? As you mentioned earlier at the start, Amataj has been their key bowler in the middle, but open to start with. But of course, he's still got a few overs up his sleeve. So maybe they might, Adrian Dale might give him one or two just to see if he can create something, because you don't want Canterbury Otago manipulating these middle overs at the moment like they seem to be doing currently. Great flick off the pads.
Really nice. That's that flick off the legs again. It won't go to the boundary. Chanawera Paruma comes round, cuts it off, but another double. And John Gary is approaching his 50. It'll be his first of this tournament. Pretty handy take from Tanuku down the leg side there.
I've seen him drop a couple of, well, relatively simple ones, but that one was very well taken down leg, and especially when standing up like that to Ronaldson, you can be unsighted by the batsman. Oh,
there's an un-Gary-like heave, hoik.
The eyes lit up on that one, and it was disappearing over the clubhouse here. I think is where he was going. I have seen a six disappear over this clubhouse.
Just quickly, 140 for one, Wellington Tasman. Mason Robinson, a runner ball 64. Scott McCarty's joined him on 10.
John was asking for a drink.
Just a short delay here as John Gary takes a drink. Probably fairly well deserved, given that he's faced 85 deliveries for his 47. Kelvin Scott takes one too. So, yes, Mason Robinson on 65 in fact. Run a ball. The man out was Greg Stretch. He was LBW Dean Bush for 52. As Bevan mentioned, those two put on 118 for that first wicket. Mason Robinson bringing some fresh legs into the tournament. Didn't play in the first two games, just flew in yesterday. And fresh legs, but not healthy legs, as he seems to have injured one of them, but he's still going well.
I've changed the lighting because it's quite dark. I've changed the
Batsman awarded,
Yeah, I'll put it on.
and we're going to start again in a moment. Amataj Randawa is back into the attack, replacing Adrian Dale. Randawa's bowled 4 overs, none for 12, so no sign of the other two off spinners, Chauhan and Henderson. They're going to have to start bowling soon if they're going to have time to get their 9 overs in. Perhaps Adrian Dale's not too worried about that side of things. He does have plenty of bowling options in his lineup, even with Mark Robinson and John Cleland not in today. Scott starting to look fairly fluent out there. This is his best score of the tournament so far, I think, as he goes over the top.
No one out there.
And no one out there. It'll race over the boundary for 4 now. That is more like the Kelvin Scott that we've seen play at this level. He likes to likes to go aerial. Good timer of the ball. Bit of pressure on Randawa as he starts his second spell.
Could you give any reason to why he's switched ends from when he opened, or Jim?
No, I probably just needed someone to bowl from this end. Imagine. It's that quicker ball again. Haven't seen many batsmen play that quicker ball very well in this tournament. It must be a bit of a handful to face.
Well, we've had Auckland on all three games on the stream, haven't we? And he's bowled quite a few overs, but nobody has seemed to get on top of him.
So with 25 overs gone, that leaves 20 remaining in this innings. Perhaps it's the time that we start looking at potential scores. If they can go at 6 and over from here, that's another 120. That'll take them to about 230. That would be a very handy score. The highest score we've seen on this wicket so far is 183, so if they can get to that 230, that'll be a lot more than any of the two previous games on this wicket.
I think 210 is a decent score. They'd certainly be looking for more than that, though. Guess we'll just have it on.
They do have some decent hitters to come, with Dean Reid in particular, the sort of guy who can capitalise on a good base, which is what Canterbury Otago are getting now.
I think this one's gone behind square more than in front where he was looking.
It's a bit of a dirty heave from John Gary, but he's got enough bat on it to get it out to the boundary for 4, and that is 50 for John Gary. Well batted to him. Excellent 50 from John Gary, showing a good range of shots and some good determination following that bad start for his team. Peel for a leg side stumping. That's some good work from Tanu'u. You could even say he's looking better down the leg side than he is on the offside today. Yeah, it seems like the foot may have come off the ground for a split second, but young umpire there at square legs is not out.
Yeah, Tanu'u, but square leg was in place in the right position. Anchoring the roll quite here. The opener, John Gary, 51 off 87. 5 boundaries, both batsmen actually have 5 boundaries.
That has been the sprawling Adrian Dale there, but just, no, it's not Adrian Dale, it's Mike Jamison, apologies, in the covers.
Got a hand to it, which stopped it from going any further, well, not too much further. Oh, it's sending Amatage back to the long on boundary. Now that Calvin Scott.
Why did I think that was over? Is there a wide or something?
Wide when they appeal.
The stuff one.
Partnership and rating.
It still can be a wide. funding was
very on the
why.
ball about everything having to do with it.
Rollins got. Oh, done, isn't he? No,
Yes.
he's got one more.
Has he?
Oh, no, sorry.
he's done.
He's only got 9. Yeah. Right, we have a
So
new
Neil
bowler.
Ronaldson finishing his spell. 9 overs, none for 33. Someone else will have to come on from the showgrounds showgrounds end for the next over. Meanwhile, Amitaj Randhawa will continue from the One Tree Hill end. He's bowled 5 overs.
114 for 3 off from 114.
Here's the scoop again from John Gary off the spinner this time. Again into open spaces. Reece Henderson picks it up, and he hasn't got a great arm, so he just tosses it underarm to Adrian Dale, who relays it in. And another couple of runs to John Gary, so it's been quite productive, that shot today for him. Probably 10 runs out of his 54 have come through the Gary scoop. Of course, the bowler has no idea when he's going to pull it out, so it's difficult to protect. And that's Randhawa's specialty delivery, that faster arm ball. There's the quicker ball again, and it beats Gary again. Must be quite some delivery, that. It's troubled batsmen all through the tournament. He's beaten the bat a lot of times. Apparently it just swings away. And again. So I think he probably didn't appreciate that being scooped earlier in the over, and he's just firing the ball in now. See if he does revert to the slower delivery. It'll be more runs for Gary as he gets it to the left of Neil Ronaldson. 2 more for Gary. So the partnership continues. It's getting closer to 100. It's into the 80s now. It's a really good effort from these two. Auckland were well on top when Dean Askew took 2 and 2. But it's been an excellent fight back from Gary and Scott.
Amazingly, it's still actually a long way off the IPT record for the second wicket partnership, 133. Petrie and French for Wellington Tasman against Canterbury Otago, and also that was this tournament.
Well, that was just on Friday. So.
Yeah. You know, Ronaldson taking a well-deserved break, he feels, right in front of us. You can't do that, Neil, and not get away with a comment being said, eh?
I'm glad you said that because I was completely.
So it will be Reece Henderson replacing Neil Ronaldson, who's bowled 9 overs on the trot. Reece Henderson, for the first time today, he's taken 5 wickets in this tournament. He was the leading wicket taker in the last edition of the IPT. Also bowls off spin, generally slower through the air than Randhawa.
Only player in IPT that's taken a 3-wicket, more than 1 3-wicket bag as well.
Is that right?
So he does
All right.
as a best of 3 for 5. There's 3 3-wicket bags.
So if he bowls his 9 straight through from here, he'll have time. Starts with a full toss, which Gary whacks out to Neil Ronaldson, who was trying to take a rest, but he's still in the action. Yes, what I mean is that the remaining overs will allow Henderson to bowl his 9. Ooh, as we see the slower pace troubling Kelvin Scott on that occasion a little bit.
Bit slow through the air this time. A single to a square leg.
So the batsmen will have to wait on the ball a little bit more than they have so far in this innings, as Henderson does bowl a lot slower than any of the other bowlers we've seen so far. And that is often how he gets his wickets, with batsmen hitting the ball straight up in the air or dancing past the ball.
Well, we almost see it there actually, but he managed to get his bat on, squirts it to square leg. But a wicket having to come round.
Oh, what looks like Gary was shaping up to play the Gary scoop, and then saw that the ball wasn't in the right position for that. He ended up playing a weird sort of half pull, half leave to it. And
well, he got inside the ball, didn't he, there? And he had a couple of options go through his head trying to play it, and in the end he missed it completely, and it's gone over leg stump, basically.
more traditional shot, hit firmly down to long on, where Adrian Dale, the captain, has positioned himself. Pretty handy start for Henderson, just 2 runs off that over. His first. No sign of Maya Chauhan yet. He's the 3rd off spinner in the Auckland side. So there won't be enough overs remaining for him to bowl his full allotment, if he does indeed get an opportunity at all.
Sorry, no, don't watch us. I'll just check you up next time. No, you just shove your chair back.
It's out into the onside, but not really into a gap, and just time for the single. Big hit from Kelvin Scott. Where's that gone? There's no one down there at long off, and it's gone for 6. So excellent shot from Kelvin Scott. That is what he's known for, is those lofted straight shots. Has good bat speed and generally good timing, and he had both on that occasion, just hitting straight down the ground on just to the offside of straight. First 6 for John Gary. For Kelvin Scott. Quicker ball again. So we might be seeing a little bit of acceleration from the Canterbury Otago batsmen. They do look to be moving through the gears a little bit, although we see a nice solid forward defensive from John Gary on that occasion. The last few overs, the run rate has jumped up a little bit from around 4.2, 4.3 up to 4.5, which is where it currently sits. Beats the bowler on that occasion, and Mike Jamieson and Chanawera Paruma converge, almost shake hands, where Paruma picks up the ball. And that is going to be out. Great, great piece of work by Ofisa Tunu'u in the end. He made a wee bit of a fumble there as Gary danced past that one, just as we said Henderson has the ability to do, to drag batsmen out of their crease. He did that. John Gary missed it, and Ofisa Tunu'u had a couple of attempts but did affect the stumping in the end, and that's the end of a really good innings from John Gary. 61 for him. So well batted to John Gary. He gets a well-deserved round of applause as he walks off. You'll notice there's no one in your screen. That's because they're taking a drinks break. A little bit ahead of schedule.
Good time to do the tricks, mate. Don't think you rushed a bit better. Yeah, I just heard it. 131. Oh, 97 partnership.
He's done 4. Oh, the break, so he's got 3. Yeah. I've got a cross.
You're the last to know.
I'm the last to know.
Hazel, why aren't you insisting that runners changing?
I told them the rule because of yesterday, and apparently Stretch has been called up for time, so the features rule until districts ask pitchers, put the right runner out, and he doesn't think he needs to.
Where's the battery inside?
Drinks over in the Wellington Tasman Districts game as well, with Firehawks going along very nicely at 159 for the loss of just 1 wicket. Mason Robinson is 76, not out, batting with a runner but doing well. And Scott McCarty is a little more sedate, 15 off 33. But the Firehawks will be well positioned for a push in the final third of their innings.
31 after 29. One more for
Dean Bush is the only wicket taker in that match. He's got one for 32 off 7.
Tomorrow morning we're going to get Chromecast off YouTube, Big Foundation for 12 minutes.
Over here we can see in shot Brent Fleming. He's come to the wicket to join Kelvin Scott following the dismissal of John Gary off the last ball before they took that drinks break. Very shortly you'll see the Auckland players return into shot as well, after getting a stirring team talk from their captain Adrian Dale. Interesting to see Brent Fleming coming in at number 6 ahead of Dean Reid. Dean Reid is a very aggressive batsman who has done well at this level, scored 50s in each of his innings in last year's IPT. Hasn't had a great tournament so far this year. Brent Fleming, more of a nudger and nerdler. Maybe that's what Canterbury Otago will be looking for over the next few overs, and perhaps Reid will come in at the fall of the next wicket.
And apparently he's well out of the way, so he can't be
A lot on the shoulders of Kelvin Scott now, following the dismissal of John Gary. He's started to flow a little bit in the last few overs, moved on to 37 from 53 balls. In fact, sorry, he's 42, so scores a little bit off there.
Right, almost ready to go. We've got Reece Henderson to continue.
So we're just about to resume after drinks. Reece Henderson will continue this over. He's just bowled the one ball in it. That was the wicket-taking delivery. He'll be bowling to Brent Fleming. Uses his feet to the first ball he faces. Again uses the feet. Doesn't quite get down to the pitch of that one. And again for a third time, but still can't get a run. It's looking positive, Fleming. Goes back this time and nudges it into the leg side. Looks for a second, but won't be there. As Stu Jensen does the fielding at square leg. So Fleming's off the mark.
Two runs. Yeah. 1 5. Yeah. 3 3. 1 3 3. 4.
Overs left for Canterbury Otago. That'll be a wide. So still on target for that 220, 230 that we mentioned earlier, especially if Kelvin Scott stays in. And I think that'll be quite a good effort on this wicket, if they can get to that. Oh, not a great bit of fielding there from Reece Henderson. The ball went straight to him and there was never a run, but he chose to go down with the foot instead of the hand, and the ball just bobbled over his foot, turning a dot ball into a single. Adrian Dale will not be happy with that. In fact, he's got the double teapot here at backward point.
Those games against Canterbury were Willows and Hagley. That's right. I think the other one of them could be a difficult.
Yeah, the Auckland.
No, the North.
Yeah,
Just that.
we must have played Auckland.
No.
Oh, that's right. Wellington was at 8. Yeah, and we had 25 points.
Got Paul Fleming.
Yeah, he's go through it because that's a nice ground and you've got nice facilities too.
It's been a good over so far, this one from Randawa bowling. Oh, direct hit from Jamieson, but Scott was well home. It wasn't a fast throw, although it was an accurate one.
Three off number 33.
Yeah.
136.
Well, do the score. Could somebody do the score? 136 for 4 after 31. Well done, John.
Two off 9 balls for Brent Fleming so far. Oh, and that is out, stumped. He's been using his feet a few times in the short stay at the crease, but this was the first time he really followed through with an aggressive shot. And as we mentioned before, Henderson does tease batsmen down the track quite often, and that happened on this occasion. Afisa Tunu, I wouldn't say it was a lightning fast stumping, but he had enough time as Fleming was so far down the track. So Fleming perhaps getting a little bit frustrated at his inability to turn the strike over, and he's been stumped for 2. Canterbury Otago lose their 5th wicket.
Fair made. A fair made. Yeah. Oh, no. We've got the blank. Back to the blank.
No sign of Dean Reid yet in the batting order. Adam Fairmaid has come in to replace Brent Fleming. And he's got straight into his work. Aggressive shot. First ball he faces out into the mid-wicket area just for a single. Scott plays a similar shot but gets it squarer. Same result though. well flighted again. Fairmaid gets it on the full, but the leg side field is pretty well set, and it's just another single. Two Auckland off-spinners bowling well in tandem, contrasting bowlers. Randhawa bowling much quicker through the air usually, and troubling the batsman with that outswinging arm ball that he usually bowls, whereas Henderson bowling much slower, flighting the ball nicely and inviting the batsman down the track. And it will be Randhawa to continue. This will be his last over. He's got none for 33 from his 8. Good crowding in. As I look over to my left, there's not too much spare space on the outfield here. Down in front of the Cornwall Cricket Club Pavilion. No sign of the Sri Lankan cheering squad that we were promised. They may filter in when Auckland are batting, as they want to see Chanawira Paruma have a bat. So Adam Fairmaid batting now, comes from Central Otago. In fact, played for Central Otago, the representative men's team, only a couple of years ago at 47. And he's off the mark with a drive down to the above mentioned Chanawira Paruma at long off. That looked like a leg spinner from Randhawa. It was a lot slower than anything else he's bowled. Seemed out of the back of the hand. Gives a little smile and a shrug to his teammates to suggest that maybe it's worth a go. Back to the stock ball. Finishes with a leg by. Completes his spell. 9 overs, 1 maiden, none for 34 for Randhawa. And action over on the number 2 wicket. Is that Scott McCarty who's just been dismissed? I think it has. We'll confirm that shortly. Yes, it is. Scott McCarty walking back towards us here. Mason Robinson's still into the 80s now. He is. As we see Reece Henderson continue here on the number 1 wicket. Big hit from Kelvin Scott. It's into the gap. 1 bounce over the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So aggression from Kelvin Scott. That is the type of shot that he plays. Generally plays well. 4 runs to Kelvin Scott. He's into the 40s. 49 actually, Kelvin Scott. Our scorecard here is that you're seeing on your screen is incorrect. 49 is the correct score. And Scott reaches his first 50 of this 2021 IPT. Good shot from him as Canterbury Otago look to accelerate in these last 12 or 13 overs. And again onto the slog sweep, but this one will be cut off by Spencer Day, who swoops in with that low fielding style he has, and then the bullet throw in. It's the 150 up, or Canterbury Otago. Confirming in the other match that Scott McCarty was LBW to Dean Bush, so in fact both of the wickets that Wellington Tasman have lost have been LBW Bush. McCarty was out for 25 off 45 balls. Hamish French has joined Mason Robinson there. They're 176 after for 2 after 34 overs. Back here also 34 overs bowled. 150 scored by Canterbury Otago. Now we've got a change of bowling here. It will be Maya Chauhan, the third of the Auckland off-spinners, bowling his first ball of the day. Bowled well in the last game, also bowled at the later stages of that innings against Districts, taking 3 for 38, so he's done well in the opportunities that he's had. I'm going to run hard as that one goes out into the mid-wicket area, and they do come back for 2. Good running from Scott and Fairmaid. That's another good shot from Kelvin, and that one has actually beaten the fielder there, hit a little bit harder, and it's another boundary for Kelvin Scott. He can be extremely hard to bowl to, Scott, once he gets going, and it's probably fair to say that he's got going now, having reached his 50. He's brought that strike rate of his up to 81. And on a field like this, which is quite large and has plenty of gaps, he can be quite a handful to bowl to.
It is.
We don't someone running constantly turning it over.
That one's flighted, and Kelvin accepts the challenge, hits it over cover, and it's racing up towards the boundary, crosses it now. Stu Jensen can't pull it in. It's another boundary for Scott. So when he sees the ball flighted like that, he doesn't often turn down the invitation to play a big shot. It's his 9th boundary now. predicted a score of perhaps 230. That probably still looks on the cards. That would require 7 and over for the last 10, which, with Kelvin Scott in and batting very well, looks definitely achievable. Still some good hitters to come, in the form of Dean Reid in particular, and who else do they have? Andrew Nuttall can bat. So things looking pretty good for Canterbury Otago, considering the very poor start that they had. Adam Fairmaid this time being aggressive with a big shot down the ground. Falls short of the long off fieldsman. Super as he signalled to Kelvin Scott. Looks to see if the second is on as Spencer Day jogs in from the boundary to pick it up, but they settle with one. Big shot this time from Fairmaid. It's either going to be caught or it's going to be... Oh, in fact, I was going to say it's either caught or six, but Adrian Dale's found himself inside the boundary. It's gone over his head and just one bounce for 4. So perhaps Dale a little bit aggressive on the attack for that fielding effort. It's gone over his head and still bounced inside the boundary. 4 runs to Fairmaid. Dale right back on the boundary now. Doesn't want to see that happen again to him. Little dab from Fairmaid. Eight runs already off this over for the mainlanders. Henderson's most expensive to date.
No, they're taking out to no.
It's another beautiful shot from Kelvin Scott, all along the ground this time to long off. That one's spooned up a little bit in the air, but it falls short of Stu Jensen, I think it is there, in the covers. And again, another one of those balls that just pops up in the air for a little while, but falls short of the fieldsman. If you're just joining us, Craig Gibb fell to the second ball of the day. He was caught keeper off Dean Askew. Pat McKenna also fell early for 9, then followed very next ball by Andrew Hoare, all to Dean Askew, those wickets. Then great partnership between Kelvin Scott and John Gary. John Gary scoring 61 before he was stumped. And then Brent Fleming fell shortly after, also stumped, to the same bowler, Reece Henderson. So 169 for 5. We've got Kelvin Scott batting nicely on 66. Not the 61 that you see on your screen there. He is on 66. Plus whatever he gets off this delivery, which will definitely be 1, and it is just the 1. Auckland again choosing to finish their innings with spin, as they did in the last game. Perhaps feeling that the slower bowlers are harder to hit. So Fairmaid hits that one reasonably well. Into mid-wicket for just a single. Big swing from Kelvin Scott. Will the man get there? No, he doesn't. Coming across from mid-wicket. Couldn't quite make the 20 or 30 yards that he needed to cut that one off, and that's another well-struck boundary from Kelvin Scott. His 10th boundary of the innings. And he's looking pretty imposing now, Kelvin Scott, with his first good knock of this IPT 2021. Another big one. I think that's gone well over the fielder. Yes, it has. It was directed straight at the man at deep mid-wicket, but well over his head. May have even cleared the tree that we were talking about earlier. It's gone past the tree. The fielder's had to scale a fence to collect the ball, which he does now, and 6 runs for Kelvin Scott. Great shot. He does strike the ball extremely cleanly when he's in good form, Kelvin Scott. So it really... Canterbury Otago 182 for 5 now after 37. That's a run rate just under 5. Really good effort from them to get up to this level. It's going to be Henderson to continue. This theory of having off-spinners bowl at the death being persisted with by Adrian Dale. Kelvin Scott's pretty much swinging at everything now with 8 overs to go. Anything that goes above the eye line, he launches into one of those big slop shots of his. Didn't quite time that one, and just the single. Adam Fairmaid playing a good supporting role with 10 off 14. But he joins in the act now. And he's whacked that one for 6 as well, I think. Oh no, sorry, just 1 bounce 4. Good slog sweep from Fairmaid. Fielder couldn't get around to stop that one. So, danger times for Auckland now, you'd say, with 8 overs to go and these 2 batsmen well set. I think 230 will be the absolute minimum. Could be looking at 250, 260. 50 partnership between these two. Fairmaid doesn't time that one. Down to long off. So that 50 partnership has come in pretty smart time. Both batsmen have their strike rates up to 93 already. Kelvin Scott on the slog sweep again. He's got enough of that one. He's hit it cleanly. Just to the right of the pavilion here, into the marquees for another big 6. That's his 3rd 6, I think, of the innings. Great batting from Kelvin Scott. Offside this time. Just the single as the fieldsman scurries around there and picks it up, but Scott will retain the strike for the next over, which is good for his side. 13 off that over. Last 5 overs have probably gone for about 10 and over, I'd say. And Canterbury Otago are almost at 200 with still 7 overs to go. So big score on the cards. Big scoring going on in the other match with Mason Robinson approaching 100. He's on 97. That'll be the first century of the IPT. It's already the highest score of this tournament. Batting with a runner, so not wasting his energy by running between the wickets. Dale had a decent first spell, 5 overs, none for 23. Although the batsmen weren't batting at the same sort of, with the same sort of aggression that they are now. Little bit of a misfield at point from Mark Robinson allows Kelvin Scott to get a single. He's raced into the 80s. 86, I think he is. 87, in fact. So potentially 2 centurions on the way. That will be a leg by. Essentially 2 centurions, 1 on each ground. Mason Robinson is very close to 100. He's in the late 90s, and Kelvin Scott is going along at a great clip into the late 80s. Can't reach that one. It's wide. Slog sweep again for Kelvin Scott. Slight fumble in the outfield allows them to come back for 2. I think it's going to be a run out. Oh, that's unfortunate for Kelvin Scott. He didn't really want that second run, but Adam Fairmaid called him through. It was a decent throw following the fumble, and once that throw was in the air, Kelvin Scott really had no chance of coming back. So that's a real shame for him. He was batting fantastically, and he has been run out. So they did score 1, run out, coming back for the second. Good round of applause for Kelvin Scott. Well, the Aucklanders will be delighted with that breakthrough, as this partnership was really looking extremely dangerous for them, and they didn't really look like dismissing either batsman until that mix-up in the calling. I guess Scott could have turned down Fairmaid's call of 2, but he chose to try and get back for that second run, but wasn't able to do so. It'll be Dean Reid in now. Ooh, starts with a big, wide, long hop, does Adrian Dale. Too wide for Reid to hit. That wide brings up the 200 for Canterbury Otago. Mason Robinson just bringing up his 100 now on the number 2 wicket. Excellent effort from him, batting on one leg. Just arrived in town yesterday. He'll be hugs all round. He'll be delighted with that. It's 100 for Mason Robinson off 112 deliveries. As Wellington Tasman also looking set for a big score. They're 211 after 39 overs. So 6 overs remaining for them to possibly get up to around 250, which will represent a very good chase, very good target for the Districts team to chase. And Robinson's just been dropped, I think, in the outfield. It's a shame for the Districts by Dean Bush. That's a shame for the Districts guys. It's going to be Henderson to continue. He's taken a little bit of stick in the last few overs, but he has got the 2 wickets, and he's bowling. And looks like he's taken another wicket, has he? No. Okay, the wicketkeeper affected the stumping, but without the ball. So it's a key part of taking a stumping, and if you don't do that, you won't be out. So opportunity for Reece Henderson to take his 3rd wicket. And Dale, and good fielding from Mark Robinson. Keeps it down to 1. Dean Reid into the action now. It's a very typical Dean Reid shot, straight down the ground, lofted. He is a good hitter, Dean Reid. Scored very 80 for New Zealand in a warm-up game against New South Wales last year, and generally goes around a runner ball. So he's into the action. Good shot. Full toss this time. It's come off the bowler. So, yes, another runner in play here. Dean Reid's got one. As we see Adam Fairmaid hit out towards the mid-wicket boundary. He's been caught right on the boundary by Stu Jensen. Good reverse cup catch from Stu Jensen, who missed a couple in a similar position in the last game. Was disappointed with those on that occasion, but today, safe hands. And Adam Fairmaid's little cameo of 16 comes to an end. So another wicket for Reece Henderson. That is his 8th of the tournament. He gets hit a little bit, Henderson, but he does take wickets. was the end of the over. So Gerard Finney will be on strike at the start of Adrian Dale's next over. So yes, a little bit more confusion with yet another runner. We've seen a lot of runners in this tournament. Dean Reid apparently tweaked it in warm-ups today, which perhaps explains why he's come lower in the order than he might have otherwise, and he is batting with a runner who's Brent Fleming. Dale greets Finney with a wide. We've seen quite a few wides from Adrian Dale in this tournament so far. Uncharacteristic for such an experienced bowler. So with Canterbury Otago 7 down now, they may have to revise their target downwards slightly. We were talking about 240 or 250 a few overs ago. It's a lofted shot from Finney. I don't think it'll be caught. It's gone into some empty spaces, but it will be 2. Bowling from Dale, beats the outside edge of Gerard Finney. Mason Robinson has been dismissed on the number 2 ground for an excellent 104. It's yet another wide from Dale. He is disappointed with himself. So pretty good over apart from the wides for Adrian Dale. Gerard Finney happy to defend even with 4 or 5 overs to go. The wind just starting to pick up a little bit here at Cornwall Park. As you may notice, the wiggling a little bit in the breeze. Hopefully it doesn't topple over. Reese Henderson will bowl his 8th over. Started off pretty well. Henderson had 9 runs off his first 3 overs. Since then he's been a little bit more expensive, but he's picked up another bag today of 3. Single there. You may be a bit confused why one batsman was running and the other one wasn't. There is a runner out of screen who is running for Dean Reid. Big hit from Dean Reid down towards us, and it's gone into the crowd for a big 6. That's what he can do, Dean Reid. Just a clean swing of the bat, and nice strong hit from Dean Reid.
Michelle? Michelle? That catch.
Goes again this time. There's 2 guys coming in. Adrian Dale takes an excellent catch. Out there on the boundary as he has been for the last few overs. It was low around the ankles, but no trouble taking that one for Adrian Dale. And Reid's innings comes to an end. So Reid probably doing what he needed to do, trying to hit a second successive 6, but he aimed it towards the longest boundary on the ground, probably down here to our right, and Adrian Dale intercepted it. So Canterbury Otago lose their 8th wicket. Have to be careful about here with still 3 overs to go after this one. But still, 218. It's not a bad score so far. The new batsman is Ryan Dowling from Dunedin. We've got two Dunedin players at the crease now, Jared Finney and Ryan Dowling. Both play in the same grade down there. It's the end of Reece Henderson's 8th. Oh, he's got 4 wickets now, 4 for 52. So wickets, that's the same number of wickets he took in the entire tournament last year, I think, from memory. So that would make him the overall leading wicket taker at both IPTs combined. It's going to be Dale to continue. There'll be at least 1 leg by, possibly 2, as Fesitanu chugs after the ball. Leg buys, I think that was. Wellington Tasman 240 for 4 with 3 overs remaining there. Ooh, a bit of indecision. Stu Jensen, who can't throw overarm, has reverse flicked the ball from about 25 metres away and not able to get the run out. Dowling was pretty keen for that run, but Jared Finney not so. He did run in the end and did make it safely. That is another wide for Adrian Dale, so I don't know the exact number of wides he's bowled so far, but it's quite a few on top of the ones he's bowled in the first 2 games. He's bowled 5 wide deliveries today, Dale. That's a better ball. Yet another wide for Dale, his 6th. So I'm not sure why he's unable to control the ball. Very experienced bowler. We've had 17 wides in total from the Auckland bowlers today, so that's not a great effort from them.
Yes. Oh, I have got the right number there. I had added it up for that.
Another UFO coming up.
Gone out with a client.
That beats Reece Henderson in the infield, not for the first time today, and they managed to get 2 bonus runs, so that won't improve the mood of skipper Adrian Dale, who's bowled a few wides in this over and has now bowled a good ball that his fielder wasn't able to help him with.
Good running.
That brings Dale's penultimate over to a close. 6 off it. So we've got 2 overs remaining now, 2-7 for Canterbury Otago. They'll probably be quite happy if they can get to close to 240. Wellington Tasman have exceeded 240 already with 2 overs to go. They're on 244 for 5. Currently Jason Kilworth and Dave Goldingham batting over there for them. Richard Petrie was dismissed recently for 11, including a 4 and a 6. Henderson will bowl out. Shout for LBW, he's got him, LBW. And that is the first 5 wicket bag ever taken in New Zealand over-50s cricket. So congratulations to Reece Henderson, taking the first 5-fer, whether it's at the IPT, interprovincial matches, or for New Zealand. The first 5 wicket bag. Dowling having a bit of a swing across the line there, as you'd expect at this stage of the innings, and the slowness again of Henderson's deliveries deceiving him. And the umpire said yes, that would have hit. Canterbury Otago just have the 1 wicket left. So the experienced head of Andrew Nuttall may choose just to play a little conservatively. In fact, he does, leaves the first ball outside the off stump. Andrew Nuttall, not a bad battling. Perhaps batting a wee bit low at number 11 here. But great effort from Reece Henderson. He's really very effective at taking wickets at this level. Just that slowness that makes it difficult for batsmen to get to and to hit. A little bit quicker that one, but I think Andrew Nuttall quite happy to just block out this over perhaps and let Jared Finney have a swing in the last over. It is the end of Reece Henderson's spell. Excellent effort from him. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 52. Really well done. As I mentioned, the first ever 5-wicket bag taken in New Zealand over 50s cricket. So we've seen Mason Robinson score the first century of this year's tournament over on the number 2, and here Reece Henderson taking the first 5-wicket bag. So a few milestones today. It's going to be Adrian Dale to bowl the last over of the innings. He's got none for 38 from his 8. It's another wide.
Well, make up those wides.
Dale really struggling with the radar. Luckily he does have that second string to his bow with the batting side of things. He'll bat at 3 for Auckland as they try to chase down this target after lunch. When he's got it right, he's been very good today, Dale, beating the bat quite a few times. It's just he's bowled.
You might as well put up 229 and just do it ball by ball, only 2 to go. Sorry, 4 to go.
Yes, I was going to say, we've had 2 wides. We've still got almost a full over.
Swung away by Finney. He's got a little bit of bat on that as it goes into the leg side, and just the 1 run for him. So it'll be a brief battle between 2 of New Zealand's over 50s star players, Adrian Dale and Andrew Nuttall. Not really a key matchup in the game. Dale bowling to Nuttall. Perhaps Nuttall bowling to Dale later in the day will be more of an intriguing contest. That'll just be 1 as the ball squirts out of the right hand side of your screen, where it's picked up by Mike Jamieson. So just the 1 ball remaining in the Canterbury Otago innings, unless Dale bowls another wide, of course. He doesn't, but it's going to be a leg by at least. They're going to scamper back for 2 as Junior Tanu from behind the stumps goes and fetches that one. So they finish with 2 leg byes. The total up to 233 for 9 at the end of Canterbury's innings. Good effort from them. We'll just quickly run through the scorecard before we break for lunch. Craig Gibb was caught off the 2nd ball of the match, caught by wicketkeeper Afisa Tanu from Dean Askew. Pat McKenna came in. He hit a 4, but he was bowled by Dean Askew again for 9. And the very next ball, Canterbury Otago's star batsman Andrew Hoare was caught by off a beautiful delivery, caught by Neil Ronaldson in the slips off Dean Askew. Askew was on a hat-trick, but he didn't get it, and John Gary and Kelvin Scott put on excellent partnership of, I don't have the exact number, but it was around 120 for the fourth wicket, before John Gary was stumped by Ofisa Tanu from the bowling of Reece Henderson. That was Henderson's first wicket, and John Gary was out for 65 with a 5 fours and a 6. Brent Fleming was next to go. He was again stumped by Tanu, bowled Henderson for 2. Kelvin Scott got stuck into it, hit a number of 4s and 6s before he was run out, unfortunately, by Stu Jensen for 87. Adam Fairmaid was caught Jensen, bowled Henderson for 16. Dean Reid was caught Dale, bowled Henderson for 12. Ryan Dowling was LBW to Henderson for 1. And Gerard Finney was 8 not out at the end. Andrew Nuttall 1 not out. Bowling figures, Dean Askew did really well at the top of the innings, blew the top off the Canterbury Otago lineup. He took 3 for 36 from his 7 overs. Amataj Rendawa, the off-spinner, opened the bowling with him. He went for none for 34 from his 9, spread over 2 spells. Neil Ronaldson, no wickets today for him, conceded 33 from his 9 overs. Adrian Dale, none for 42 from 9 overs with 9 uncharacteristic wides. Maya Chauhan bowled just the 2 overs today for 23. Bowler of the day for Auckland, Reece Henderson, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 5 wickets for 52 runs. The first 5-wicket bag in New Zealand over-50s history, so great effort for Reece Henderson. Canterbury Otago 233 for 9 at the end of their 45 overs. Just quickly give you a rundown on the score from the Wellington-Tasman innings against Districts in the other match, which is effectively a semi-final as well. Mason Robinson, star of the day over, who scored. Hamish French for 23, Richard Petrie for 11. 2 batsmen at the end, Jason Kilworth, not out 14, Dave Goldingham, not out 14 as well. 266, that's just under 6 and over by the Wellington-Tasman Firehawks. Not much to talk about in terms of the bowling figures. 2 bowlers took 2 for 43, Dean Bush and Rudy Swanepoel. So 2 excellent, exciting run chases on the cards after lunch, which will start in about 35 minutes. So we'll see you then. The umpires have dingled the bell, which indicates an imminent resumption in play. And the players are heading towards the middle, as you will see very shortly, with Auckland sending out Mike Jamieson and Spencer Day getting a promotion today in the absence of John Cleland to open the batting. As Auckland get ready to commence their chase of 234 runs to win this game against Canterbury Otago. Pretty good effort from the Canterbury Otago guys to score that 233 after they were 34 for 3 at one point when Andrew Hall was dismissed first ball. But then 87 from Kelvin Scott and 65 from John Gary helped them get into a pretty good position. Speaking of Kelvin Scott, looks like he's going to start off the bowling. Got Spencer Day opening with Mike Jamieson, so he gets his opportunity. Kelvin Scott usually bowls some in-swing, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes to the aggressive Mike Jamieson. Here we go. Starts with a half tracker, which is thumped out to on the leg side, but there is a man there. Promotion up the order for Spencer Day with normal opener John Cleland out injured. Short again. It's 2 short deliveries to start for Kelvin Scott, and he doesn't really bowl fast enough to justify bowling short.
.234, Jim. Pretty reasonable target. We're going to go at 5s.
5 and a quarter.
Start with. What's your thinking? Do you go out, try and get ahead of the run rate? Maybe risk the loss. I'm not saying lose a couple of wickets, but you know, play with a bit of risk. or do you maybe consolidate and sit back and play the ball?
Bowled him!
Well, as I say that, it's a pretty decent delivery to see the first wicket.
Wow, that's great breakthrough for Canterbury Otago. Mike Jamison's second duck of the tournament. Looks like he did get a single, so not a second duck, but not all that much better. Looking to whack that full ball away. Kelvin Scott usually gets a fair bit of in-swing, and he may well have done so on that occasion. So we saw Canterbury Otago lose a wicket in the first over, and now Auckland have done the same. 2 for 1.
I think from the Canterbury point of view, you can't ask for a better start.
So, high drama in the first over. Auckland would have liked Jamison to help them make it.
Was saying, when I asked him about the turn, he said it when you're bowling from this end, bowling from the showgrounds end, which the second over is about to take place from, that turn's quite a considerable bit more amount than what the one tree hill lead is. So I can imagine that Andrew Nuttall, from what you told me of him, I haven't been able to see too much. He could be quite a handful out there. And
he's warming up already, so he may come in early. We've got Adam Fairmaid. Start for Canterbury Otago from this end. Begins with the Canterbury have at least 2 frontline spinners in their attack, Nuttall and Gerard Finney. They've also got John Gary and Craig Gibb, who can each bowl some part-time off-spin.
Adrian Dale has the highest score at number 3 in the order for the IPT.
Adam Fairmaid. Spencer Day's not a particularly tall batsman, especially compared with the just dismissed Mike Jamison, who is well over 6 foot. That's a great shot from Day out into the vacant mid-wicket area, and it's gone for the first 4 of the Auckland chase. Good shot.
He didn't need any height for that one. That was just below the waist, and helped round the corner for 4 runs.
It should have been a no ball. I thought it was 4 runs.
Only the 4 off that over. 7 for 1. But key thing is for Auckland is that it did only remain at 1 down. I was asking you just before that fall of that wicket, Jim, about to go out there and risk a couple of wickets, but I think having lost that wicket early on probably dictates to you what you do now is just consolidate a little bit.
Well, I think we know how Adrian Dale's going to bat, because he usually bats the same way. It'll take 6 or 7 balls to get his eye in. It's a little bit of a shaky starter sometimes. Quite happy to be 0 or 1 off his first 10 balls because he knows he can catch up later.
Kane Williamson though, isn't it? Oh, this one's played.
So no dot ball that time. He does love the cut, whether it's the back cut or the square cut. It's one of his favourite shots, and didn't see any point in letting that one go through to the keeper. Got a nice chunk of bat on it, and down front of us here, 4 runs. Kelvin Scott, generally an economical bowler, just medium pace, comes in off 5 or 6 paces, bowls in swingers, as he appears to have done on that occasion, swinging into the pads of Dale, but often quite miserly with the ball.
Surprised we haven't seen those balls swinging about a little bit. Kevin's got to decide. I think he might have just been checking the old man cad there, but let's re-bowl that. Conditions have been pretty ripe for full swing. So Fairmaid's first over went for 5. It's got the wicket, take it 2 overs, 1 for 6. Quite interesting run up there, Jim. It's probably a 7-step run up, but he takes about 10 in that 7 steps. Steps he takes are very small actually. Oh, this one's up and over point. Found the outside edge, but was a safe outside edge. It's quite well played there. Pick up 2 runs. Comes towards this one, bit of a elegant strike to point, but no run. We saw, I know we had Amatage opening from this end, Jim, but we had, it's a very similar looking field, isn't it? Slip in the gully, but that gully quite short, not quite so far back. Sometimes that you do see gullies with a new ball.
Yeah, Fairmaid, pretty much just medium pace. Canterbury Otago do have Ryan Dowling, bowls some seam up as well, and Andrew Nuttall that we mentioned, and Gerard Finney. Big L appeal for LBW. The umpire indicates that it was missing off stump perhaps.
Had a decent look at it, but the umpire, but yeah, it might have been that. It did hit Spencer a bit above the knee roll, but being so short, it doesn't negate, or it doesn't always say that height will be the issue. Over in the other game, Districts chasing 267 for the win. They're 15 without loss in the third. So a decent start to their innings. It's Gareth Littlejohn and Bert Horner opening the batting.
And so Bert Horner's just hit a 6.
Sounded pretty good off the bat.
Did. You do have to go at 6 and over there.
Becky just played a square leg. That run. Dale. 4 of 7 deliveries currently. But both batsmen a bit unsure there, Jim. It was quite interesting that both were looking for a single there when I don't even think there was a half one. Single taken shot at the stumps and a bit of a wayward one though. Adrian Dale doesn't mind it too much though. Sweet rounds the leg side and tight running there, Jim, but pressure on the fielder meant he couldn't pick it up and quite a safe single. Positivity being shown from the Auckland batsman, which certainly is needed. 14 for 1 in the 5th, chasing 234.
Wind just picking up a little bit. You can see the camera bobbling around in the wind. Hopefully not in any danger of tumbling over. That's a beautiful shot through the covers by Dale. There's no one out there, and that'll be his first boundary. So classic Adrian Dale cover drive. Good shot.
Yeah, straight through extra cover. No issue about it being in the air at all. Along the ground. And a carpet surface like this, it's going to make the boundary without an issue.
Sorry, Dale's second boundary after he hit that nice back cut earlier. So he's moved to 9 of 10. Ominous early signs. When Dale gets off to a good quick start.
I look at the scoreboard over in the districts game and thinking there's a runner ball, someone going at a runner ball and someone going at 87. How are they 7 runs? It's actually been 6 wides and 3 overs over there. That's the reason why districts actually got quite a bit of a decent target. This one though.
Well run 3 here. Spencer Day flipping it away and Adrian Dale coming back for the 3rd. So yet another 3 to add to your tally, Bevan.
Yeah, I'll have to add those up tonight. There seems to be a few today. 20 from the first 2 days. Good to see again, Jim, that there seems to be more and more people coming in for a Sunday afternoon to watch this.
Yes, good crowd. Mainly on this side, our commentary area.
There's a few suggestions on what the crowd numbers are coming from beside me too, Jim, about yeah, probably someone overestimating and someone saying more than a representative match these days.
Nice shot from Dale. Beautiful on drive. There is no long on, and it's rolling nicely. Is it going to make it to the boundary?
Oh,
and
great fielding.
Andrew Nuttall just sticks out a hand and pulls it in with probably half a metre to spare before it crosses the line. And they've run another 3. So I hope the fitness of the 2 batsmen is pretty good. It looks like it will be. But if they're going to keep this pace up, they'll be doing a lot of running. So have you ever seen a full house of 3s? And is it on the cards?
Well, if you get ones in a row, it's called a picket fence. I wonder what's a whole lot of 3s. Not going to see a 3 on that one, though. 3 the keeper.
Spencer Day looking pretty good in the short stay he's had. He's moved along to 14. 11 off that over. Score is 30 after 6 overs.
11 sounds a lot, and most of the time you could say there's a boundary in there, but yeah, 3 threes instead.
Bert Horner going along at a good clip in the other game. He's moved to 23 off 21 balls with a 6 and 3 fours. It's a good start for him. Kelvin Scott's going to carry on. He's bowled tightly so far, taken a wicket.
Single tap point. Yeah, 5.23 at the start of this innings, Jim, and they're going at 5, so just a little bit under the required run rate, but no need to panic just yet. Still early days. Sounds like his pads is in a peel, but more. Oh, it's given.
He's given it.
We're on quite a bit of an angle here, obviously, but underneath the veranda. But it might have been sliding down leg.
Well, that's the impression I got too. But we aren't dead on. The umpire is, and he felt that it was going on to hit the wickets. He had a good long think about it, and then raised the finger. So that's the second wicket for the Canterbury Otago Mainlanders. Spencer Day, opening batsman, gone for 14. So Another breakthrough, just like in the first innings. Canterbury Otago with 3 for 34. Auckland now 31 for 2.
This is Auckland's key batsman striding out to the crease here, Jim. Canterbury.
No sign of the Sri Lankan cheering squad yet.
We were promised drums and all sorts this morning, I thought.
We were.
Someone was saying they were coming down to make a bit of noise.
Maybe word will sift through that Channa has come out to bat and it may emerge. But in any case, that's 2 good early breakthroughs for the Canterbury Otago mainlanders.
It's average 38 this tournament, a strike rate of 89 and a half, so they definitely need that, plus a bit more. Auckland.
The Auckland middle order has been a little bit fragile. Not just in this tournament, but in the pre-tournament interprovincial matches as well, and in last year's tournament, as a matter of fact. So still struggling to find that solidity in the numbers 4, 5, 6, 7. So maybe today's the day when they put that right. But a lot resting on these 2 international batsmen, Adrian Dale, who is captain of the New Zealand Over-50s, and Channa Weeraparuma, who played for Sri Lanka at the recent Over-50s World Cup.
Sorry, I made a mess now.
Here's the change you're looking for from the Canterbury side. Jump, Andrew Nuttall, into the attack from the showground's end.
Yes, he's coming quite early, only in the 8th over. Obviously, Andrew Hoare, the captain of Canterbury Otago, sees this is a key matchup, which it is. Nuttall versus Dale. One of the best over-50s bowlers in the world against one of the best over-50s batsmen. Great contest, can't wait. Dale is a fine player of spin, likes to use his feet and come down to the bowler and use the crease and go back as well.
Unless you know how to do it.
Oh, I do. I should.
Yeah. It's alright.
Remind me at drunk.
I know.
And
Yeah. I know I've done it wrong, but I've been to the wrong batsman. It's not easy to change the batsman, is it?
it should be.
It should be, but it's not. What I'm saying is
As we
it's
mentioned,
straightforward.
there's a fair bit of spin in this wicket, apparently, according to the players from the first innings. So Nuttall not a huge spinner of the ball, but he can get turn on the spinning wicket, of course. Dale straight into the sweep. That's one of his favourite shots against the spinners as well. And he'll come back for 2.
Interesting looking one. I mean, aerial but safe. Spooned it almost. Look, Andrew Nuttall looking as though he's just taking the pace off the ball at the moment.
He does have great variation in his pace. Nuttall, that's one of his key weapons. got a good arm ball. Great control of line and length. Field switches over for the left-handed Wirra-Paruma. We've got a man at mid-wicket in the boundary and a man going back for the sweep shot, deep backward square leg. He's moving around a bit now to more of a square leg, and there's a short fine leg, short backward square. Everyone else inside the circle. Yeah, wind's getting up a little bit now. The wicket keeper's hat is blown off. It's fallen onto the stumps and dislodged the bails.
In your head.
So it is a wee bit breezy. It's not cold by any means, just a wee bit breezy. It's got to continue to Dale. District's still going well over on the number 2 wicket, 43 without loss after 6.5 overs over there. Nice drive from Adrian Dale through the covers. There is a man there at the extra cover boundary, so just one.
That's right, yes. And like you should do is the whole squad should put in so that you can pick out who is. No, they're not. And you have to have every name in, and then you can pick and choose. It's easier. It's easier that way. That's how the Friends do it. They do the whole squad, and then you can pick the corner channel. Yeah, that's fine. That's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, that's what the Friends do, so that you've got everybody to be able to.
Typically tight bowling from Kelvin Scott, just going at 3 and over. It's a little bit uppish, but he's found the gap, has Wirra-Paruma with one of his trademark cover drives, and it is going to pull up just inside the boundary. They probably could have got 3, but I think Wirra-Paruma thought it was going for 4. He didn't run that first one very hard, and they just get 2. I think in a run chase like this, you need to run every run hard, especially when you know that there's a lot of 3s on this outfield. Bit of a shout, but I don't think anyone was particularly convinced that that was out. Just asking the question. 47 with a loss are Districts after 7 overs. Bert Horner has faced 31 out of the 42 deliveries that have been bowled, scoring 29. Garth Littlejohn on 9. So Horner facing the bulk of the deliveries there and scoring the bulk of the runs. As we resume this great battle between Nuttall and Dale. Andrew Nuttall has taken the second most wickets in over-50s international matches out of anyone in the world. He's ranked 10th in the world.
Gosh.
Dale's used his feet well and run well there. Chance at the keeper's end, but Weeraparuma makes it, and a well run 3 and good use of the feet from Adrian Dale. Yes, in the international over-50s player rankings, and Andrew Nuttall is ranked 10th in the world. Adrian Dale ranked 6th. Nuttall's, as I mentioned, taken the second most wickets. 21 he's taken at an average of 12. That's in over-50s international matches. Adrian Dale has 370 runs at 41 in similar matches. So Dale is ranked 4th on the all-time list for over-50s international matches.
I know, but so would her mother.
It's good running again. Weeraparuma just dropping it into the onside and Dale calling him through. Dale on the sweep again. His protection, but he's not fine enough to stop that that ball from going fine enough that they can get 2 runs. Another 2 for Dale. I think we'll see him sweep quite a bit. Batsmen do tend to sweep Nuttall a fair bit, but he doesn't mind that. He often gets a lot of wickets as a result of sweep shots. Nice little late cut from Weeraparuma. We've seen him play that shot a couple of times in this tournament. Just one on this occasion. It's the end of Nuttall's second over. Decent start for Auckland in terms of runs. 45. They have lost 2 key wickets. And the run rate that they need from here on in is 5.4.
Yeah. Go to the top of the class. Thank you very much.
There has been a wicket in the district's Wellington-Tasman game. Garth Littlejohn is the man dismissed. Big hit from Chanawera Paruma, beats the man on the boundary. Another flamboyant swing away to the leg side from Chana, and that's handy boundary off the economical Kelvin Scott. Full toss, but a good bit of fielding at mid-off prevents a run.
Emergency need of needle?
It could have been because he came to the funeral.
Nuttall to continue to Dale. Ooh, beats him this time, so there's a slight advantage Nuttall perhaps. We've seen some good shots from Dale, but Nuttall beating the outside edge that time. Good use of the crease from Dale, going right back and cutting that one out towards the point boundary. It's fielded there though. 2 runs to Dale. Dale just has that ability to sneak along and accumulate runs without too much fanfare. Suddenly you look at the score and he's 26 off 27 and it hardly feels like he's played too many shots. But that's a fantastic shot over backward square leg. It's gone over the head of the man there. 1-2 bounces over the boundary. So again on the sweep, Dale playing Nuttall with sort of skill and ease that not many batsmen in the world are able to do. That field has gone right back onto the boundary now, in case Dale plays it again. Adrian Dale was known as a good player of spin when he was playing county cricket. for Glamorgan. Batted against the likes of Shane Warne, Sir Mushtaq, all those county pros from the 1990s and the early 2000s. Who was the other one? Who was that leg spinner? Mushtaq Ahmed. He played for a while.
Also against Rocky Eunice and some of the cricket ones as well.
Yes.
Boys.
6 off.
Yeah, 17.
55.
So Dale's taken the early honours against Nuttall in this battle. He's done most of the scoring. Nuttall's gone for 17 off his 3, which is quite expensive by his standards. And Dale would have got most of those. Just glided along to 30 from 31.
Still got Kelvin Scott.
District 69 without, 69 for, oh for goodness sake, we've got another runner over there. So District 69 without loss. I thought Little John had been dismissed, but he's still there. He's just got a runner. So another runner comes into play to confuse things. Come back to that in a moment. So yes, Little John is still batting. He's on 17 off 16 balls. Bert Horner 44 at a runner ball. And pretty good start from Districts going at 7s. Aggressive shot from Wirapuruma. I don't think he's got all of it. He knows that, and he starts running hard. Think about a third, but no, it's just the 2 in the end.
Stop thinking very quickly.
Dale's got it through, but there is a man out sweeping. He gets it in, but not before they run quickly back for the second. Good running there from 2 Auckland batsmen. 5 off that over, score is 60 after 13 overs. So these two accumulating nicely against what are probably Canterbury Otago's top 2 bowlers. Still a little bit behind the required run rate, but they won't be too worried about that if they can retain these 2 key wickets for a few more overs. Two more overs before drinks, and then Canterbury Otago will be allowed to put a 4th fielder outside the 30-metre circle there, and we have 2 out at the moment. They're allowed 3, just the 2. Those two both on the leg side. We've got a straightish mid-wicket and a square leg, both on the boundary. Don't know if he got an edge on that. I don't think he did. Went back to cut and missed it. Keeper didn't grab it anyway, so it's academic.
Morning said, oh, I reckon I should get Marn. I said, well, Andrew Simon said, well, I better give him his ADD medication. And Warner's gone, yeah, I'll carry on. I can bat you. Yeah, turn your mic on.
We'll always think the mic's on.
Yeah.
Leg by there as Weeraparuma. There's a pretty big swing at that one, but can't connect with the bat.
He was trying to bowl yesterday after having had a run out, and he wouldn't,
Has a pretty go over from Nuttall. Maiden. There's a leg by off it, but of course that doesn't go against the bowler's figures. So that's Nuttall's first maiden.
So when we're watching the tears
Richard Petrie into the attack for the Wellington Tasman Firehawks against Districts, trying to restrict that rapid start that the Districts players have got.
You all good the next morning? Get over. Mate, I've got respect for him. Yeah. Most of them have got this chop strips. Yeah. I just love everyone. He does play.
Kelvin Scott's bowled well. Only gone 3.5 and over for his 7 overs so far. Weeraparuma
You see that video of Steve Smith?
moving into his work. Scored 11 off 26. It's a bit slow by his standards, but he slashes that one over the top of cover. It's not going to go to the boundary. It's cut off there, and they've come back for 2. Auckland have played all 3 of their round robin games on this number 1 ground. 2 on the same pitch on Thursday and Friday, and this is the first game on this pitch for them.
What do we do for the guys?
The move to bring Richard Petrie on in the Districts game has paid dividends. He's dismissed Bert Horner, captain v captain. Big shot from Weeraparuma. He hasn't quite timed it. It's gone over the top of mid-off, who will run back and haul it in. And it's yet another 2. So a lot of 2s and 3s today, particularly in this second innings from Weeraparuma and Dale. nick there, and it's maybe deflected off the keeper. It's beaten Slip. Slip moved off to his right, and it's beaten him on the left side. Definite edge. But it's a run to Wirraparuma, and that's the end of the 15th over. It will be drinks. Drinks have been taken. The big drinks chili bin is leaving the field. Let's check in on the score from the Districts versus Wellington Tasman game. As we mentioned a moment ago, Bert Horner, LBW to Petrie after a very aggressive 48 from 51 deliveries. Dave Fulton's come out at number 3 to join Garth Littlejohn, who's moved nicely to 25. Fulton on 1. 85 after 12 overs. It's tick under 7 and over, which is ahead of what they need. Another shout for LB over there against Fulton, turned down. So the introduction of Richard Petrie in that game proving successful. Andrew Nuttall's come out of the attack, so perhaps a minor victory to Adrian Dale in that little battle. He's been replaced by Otago Canterbury's off-spinner, Gerard Finney. Waves his arm around to indicate that the second block of 15 overs has begun. In this second block, the fielding side is allowed one extra player outside the 30-yard circle, so that would be a total of 4. As far as I can tell, there's just 2. or perhaps 3.
One more going back.
Okay, one more going back. So all on the leg side for the left-hander. That's a square leg, mid-wicket and a long arm. John swings that one way on the leg side. Again, it's not going to reach the boundary. Dale's charging back for yet another 3. 3 to Weeraparuma. Some of the Sri Lankan cheering squad that we had talked about earlier has now arrived. Word has got out that Weeraparuma is batting in this probably 8 or 9. Sri Lankans sitting on the fence. Well, I'm sure they're not on the fence in a figurative sense. Definitely supporting Auckland. Jared Finney just working out his field with Captain Andrew Hoare to the right-hander, Adrian Dale. A little bit of frustration from Captain Andrew Hoare there as John Gary was engaged in a conversation with the opposition instead of looking at where he was supposed to field. He's found himself into position now. We have in fact he's gone into a straight mid-wicket, and there's a man just in front of square as well. Those are the boundary riders, as well as the long on. So same outfielders for both left-hander and right-hander. Easy single for Dale. Just dropping it into the leg side as he did so often in his 49 not out on Friday. A lot of runs into that vacant leg side area. Nice sweep shot from Weeraparuma. There is that man back there, so just the one run to end the over. Seems that Districts have lost another wicket. Dave Fulton didn't last too long. Out for 2. He was also out to Richard Petrie, bowled. So Petrie is 2 for 9 off the 8 balls that he's bowled. So there's always action when Richard Petrie is involved. And Adil Samani is the new batsman over in that game. Weeraparuma beats a rather feeble fielding effort there, and Jared Finney has to chase after it. So yet another triple scored by the batsman on that occasion. guessing that might be about the 5th or 6th 3 of this innings. Our scorer extraordinaire Richard Horner confirms that it is either the 5th or 6th 3. The 6th, in fact. Thank you, Richard. This will be Kelvin Scott's last over. It's into his 9th. Bowled pretty good today. He's got the 2 wickets to fall for the cost of 34 runs so far. Done a good job at the top of the bowling order. But he's given Chanawira Paruma a little bit too much width there, and he's rocked back into one of those flamboyant, his second boundary. And he's picked up his strike rate a fair bit in the last few overs, moving on to 27, not too far behind Adrian Dale now. And it's a very good partnership between these two already.
What's the run rate? What's the run rate we need? About 5. 5?
Shot over extra cover. He's played that shot a few times, so it's sliced away a little bit like a golf shot. It curls away from the fielder chasing it. And they're going to take an overthrow. So a little bit sloppy from Canterbury Otago there. That wasn't a terrible over, but bowler did a 3. The 7th of this innings. So 21 out of the 82 runs have been 3s.
3 just in time for me to sit back down again, Jim. That's good timing.
End of Kelvin Scott's spell. A little bit of an expensive over to finish, but he ends up with still pretty good figures. 2 for 41 off 9.
You'd take that in this position though, wouldn't you? Just under 5s. When that's what they're going at. They're going at 5s and also needing more than 5.5 now, so not a bad return, and not forgetting too, he bowled from the start, bowled through from the start.
So they may bring Nussel on from that end now that Scott's finished, or perhaps try one of the other part-time off spinners they have, or maybe even try Ryan Dowling there for quiet. Otago pace bowler who hasn't had a bowl yet. Otago spinner Gerard Finney has bowled an over, and he'll start second in a moment.
Decent flight, but good push off pads there from where a Paruma. Just for a single down at corner. And Richard, our scorer's just told us. Sorry, not been. He hasn't been told. He's told us. 50 partnership for these two. So. I won't tell the listeners, Richard, that you're slow on that one. I'll be kind to you. Oh, hang on, wait, the microphone's still on. Nice little place around the corner. For a single to Adrian Dale, moves on to 35.
Honestly, sour taste. What the?
Catch up with Mo?
No, she.
Yes, she said for all our innings, I feel that you would have been doing this.
Where Boomer gets out the broom and sweeps. But I was a bit excited there for a second, Jim, but I didn't see man at deep square.
Yes, I think they're alive to the fact that he enjoys the sweep shot. Got the man well positioned back down there.
Carries 2 sticks, the bat and the broom. With these 2 strike rates pretty healthy, 80 and 87. Dale has no clue where he's played that shot, but landed right in front of him.
I can't find it, but I can hear it. I just believe you.
Yeah, everyone can. Ronnie, can you have a look at the TV and just check? It's clear, right?
4 runs off that over, so Auckland batsmen just milking the singles. They both recognise that this is a key partnership and it's more important that they just keep ticking along than worry too much about the run rate at this point.
Excuse me. Hello. Can you just tell us what was a 50-run partnership when it was a
No, it was only just 52. It was 51.
97 for 2 over in the Districts versus Wellington Tasman game. Garth Littlejohn has assumed the role of senior batsman over there, 32 of 29 years. And Adil Samani has 3 off 4. 97 for 2 after 15 overs. That's 6.5 and over. So they're on target.
Andrew Nuttall changing ends.
As predicted. Andrew Nuttall coming from the One Tree Hill end.
Why do you think that is? Because Auckland was saying it was spinning quite a bit more from the showgrounds end than the One Tree Hill.
Yeah, it could be something to do with the wind, perhaps, or just a gut feeling from Nuttall.
That's right, that's it. That's it.
Adrian Dale questioning the validity of the scoreboard in front of us, but considering it had been updated just before he asked.
41, so he's increased his strike rate nicely. Now almost keeping pace with Dale, who has a big swing sweep shot at that one. Doesn't collect. I don't think he's got anything on that. We'll have to wait and see what the umpire says. They've come back for 2 description, and in fact they're runs to the batsman, so he must have perhaps got a little under edge there. But well bowled by Nuttall.
I just assumed they were runs because Richard didn't have his paddle out with his Christmas tree lights that he normally does when he can see that they're buys, or to signal to the umpire. But he himself seems like Dale did bats that, but looked for a run, but basically keeper didn't have to really move far. Who was the keeper? Big shot,
Chance
down.
there.
Oh.
Catch. Oh, the fieldsman there, I think. We'll have to confirm who that is. It might be Ryan Dowling. I'm not sure. We'll wait and see. Or it could be Adam Fairmaid, in fact. But it was a slog sweep from Dale. down to backward square leg, and it was a definite chance, not a completely difficult one, but he's shelled it, and they've come back for 2, so could that be a crucial moment in the game, Bevan?
Yeah, well, the score at 90 for 2 after 18.4.
That's exactly the way I saw Adrian Dale dismissed in the World Cup against the West Indies when he was on 56, playing that exact same shot. On that occasion the fielder did take it, not able to today. So hard luck for him, but definitely a very catchable chance. And the next couple of balls, Dale has been quite stern in his defence, so perhaps realising that he could have thrown his wicket away there.
I actually thought he'd hit it better than he did. He probably felt that himself.
It's a long boundary though, down there.
Yeah. Fairmate did quite well to get in place for it, but he's standing up using a gun, and from the little bit of shade that he has down there to sunlight, it is can be difficult to pick up a ball, even though it's pink.
You're very kind, Bevan. I think that was one of the easier chances you're going to get down in the outfield.
Not the greatest catcher, Jim, so I'm always looking for excuses.
I'm not either.
District's 101 for 2 in the 17th. So it's pretty straight, but long off comes round. Got 2 runs. Good to see the Takapuna Pirates supporters under the blue gazebo are having some fun out there. This one's been pulled round by Wirapuruma on the front foot. Must say too, and Jumbo enjoyed their hospitality. They gave me something to drink and a little bite. So some
the Takapuna boys,
some nuts down there. Yeah, good hospitality from them.
Just seen an excellent throw from the umpire in this game, back to the as the ball encroached over, and he's thrown it back to the District's Wellington Tasman game. Very good arm from the umpire.
Does have age on his side, he's only 17 years old.
One of the better throws I've seen from an umpire in a long time.
Yeah, well, we touched on it earlier, Jim, that they are at least probably half the age of the players they're umpiring for, rather than the umpires being older. This one is through the legs.
Captain will not be happy with himself there. He's allowed it to go through his own legs, and there's no one behind him, so it's 4 runs to Wirapuruma.
Yeah, he was pretty disappointed as soon as it went through the hands.
So a few little signs perhaps of tiredness as we get towards the back end of this tournament. Some of the fielders may be not as limber as they were on day one.
So here's a interesting stat for you, Jim, that I've just been told.
My favourite kind?
The umpires' combined age is 40. So
Over-50s tournament.
so even if you put the ages together, they're still 10 years young, too young.
Both batsmen on 40, so Jana Wirapuruma's caught up to Adrian Dale in the last 5, 6, 7 overs. Nuttall beating Dale again, going for that cut shot that he loves. Couldn't connect.
Dale indicated probably a bit quicker than he was expecting. that one. Did say Nuttall does like varying his pace. Which, always a good spinner. Always a good thing for a slow bowler.
Another edge.
Just the finest of edges through past the keeper. It's 2-2 Adrian Dale.
There's 100 for Auckland in their chase.
And
Cut again.
Get out the old scissors for that one, Jim. I mean, he's cut that pretty decent, but man there for him at a wide, short third man.
So both batsmen have hit 3 boundaries, so that's 24 out of the 101 that Auckland have in total boundaries. So that indicates there has been a lot of running, a lot of 1s, 2s, and of course 3s.
Well, we had 3 consecutive 3s in one in 3 balls, didn't we? So yeah.
So a lot of running for these over 50s legs to do. Trying to come to the end of his 6th over, just pulled out of that one before releasing the ball. Does let go this time and finishes his 6th over with a dot. So he has none for 20 off his 6 overs, not off 5 as we've mistakenly got on the screen here. And for 20 off 6. And number 24 off 6, I think. 112 for 2 districts. Still going at the required 6 and over. Garth Littlejohn approaching another 50. And Adil Samani still in single figures, but that partnership is taking shape.
101 after 21.
Finney's got 20, 101.
No, 21.
The run rate's still in hand for the Auckland team. They need 5.5, which is probably achievable. Auckland would feel quite comfortable with that. They've increased the run rate that they're scoring at over the last few overs, as we see Dale using his feet to Finney. These 2 batsmen well set, Dale and Wira Karuma. Short, and Dale can't beat the field there. That was a very short delivery from Finney, and
was a lot slower too, though. It was really well held back in the hand. Dale did quite well. I think he saw it early because it was a good sprawling dive that cut any extra runs coming.
That's an incentive to take your time when you're batting. Oh, yeah. Sharky. Oh, okay.
Short again, back foot, and he's been given. That was short, and Wirapuruma went back to pull, but it might have been a little bit quicker than the previous delivery, and it snuck through, hit him on the pads, and the young umpire there had very little hesitation, saying that would have gone on to hit the stumps. So they've broken that big partnership for the third wicket between these two. That's the breakthrough that they needed.
It was definitely a quicker ball there, Jim. It was back of the length, as you said. Yeah, quite interesting. I think even with the quicker one, where Paruma threw a shot, umpire had no real hesitation. Again, side on we are, but it looked pretty good for how tangled up he was.
So immediately the Sri Lankan cheering squad starts to disperse.
They've been here 5 minutes.
They've clearly just come with one person in mind to watch, and yes, they're heading off in disappointment towards their cars. Some of them might stick around, but they came to watch Chanawira Paruma, and he has fallen. So important breakthrough for Canterbury Otago, and this will be a test of the Auckland middle order. Stuart Jensen is the new batsman. Jensen will be facing Finney now. Starts with a nice cut shot off the back foot, which has beaten the cover field, and in fact goes for 4. So a nice, strong, positive start from Stu Jensen. We saw him do the same thing on Friday. I think he may well have hit his first ball for 4 on that occasion.
I think from memory, you're right there, Jim. Wasn't too much strength in it. It was just timing, and everything managed to work in favour.
Good player, Jensen. Played a lot of senior cricket in Auckland over the years. He works that one nicely into that leg side gap. Nice use of the feet again by Dale, just punching it down to long on. Successful over for Finney. His first wicket, coming in that over. As we see on the number 2 wicket, Garth Littlejohn has just brought up another half century. That's his second of the tournament. Districts still going along at 6 and over in their pursuit of 267 to win that game. So things still in hand for them, especially with Little John going along quite smoothly. Also going smoothly is Adrian Dale, facing up to Nuttall again. Oh, that was a very slow delivery that seemed to pop a little bit. Dale left it thinking it might be given a wide, but it wasn't.
Moving my sponsorship.
Ooh, Dale tries to sweep again, but unsuccessful. He's had mixed success with that sweep shot today. He's got hold of a couple, but he was dropped playing the shot a couple of overs ago, and on that occasion sort of losing his balance a little bit and not making any contact.
All this changing that fielder out there.
In fact, the man who dropped the catch at that position, Adam Fairmaid, has been belatedly punished and brought into the covers. Who's gone out into that position now? Might be the captain himself, is it?
Yeah.
Captain positioning himself under a tree on the boundary, perhaps to get a little bit of extra shade. Dale sweeps, slog sweep, it's square, it's in front of square, so ball won't make it across, so this time going in front of square. Nicely played with the slog sweep from Dale. It is one of his favourite shots against the spinners. As I mentioned, gets quite a few runs off it, but he was caught there in the World Cup. But that was a good shot, well played. So Dale moves on to 49, I believe, just one run short of what will be his first 50 of the tournament. This will be it, quick single. It's 50 for Adrian Dale. Coming up on his 49 not out in the second match. The applause for the 50 trickles down from the pavilion, and then as the crowd realises that he scored his 50, they join in. Very clinical 50 from Adrian Dale, 61 balls, 4 boundaries. Classic Adrian Dale innings.
I'm 2 for 2 here, Jim. That's second time I've turned up to take a photograph of someone getting his 50 and turned up just on the right ball. So Dale's shot for his 50 is probably not as exquisite as Little John's 50 in the other game. It raced away for 4. 50 still 50, and especially when you're chasing big targets like both teams are.
Indeed. So it's all spin in both matches. In this game we have Finney and Nuttall bowling. In the other match we had Hewson and now Greg Stretch bowling. So slow bowling for everyone.
Spin from both ends in both games.
Oh, no, Roland Milsey played. No, he was in the last.
Cutting again, Dale finds the gap this time, and I think he's timed it well enough, but no, it won't reach the boundary. There's a pretty good chase there, and that's, you guessed it, it's another 3.
I'm going to be busy counting the 3s again tonight, Jim. It's
not sure if
number 8 or number 9 in this match.
I'm not sure if anyone's loving these 3s. The batsmen won't be, having to do all that running, and the fielders won't be. So the score moves on to 116 for 3. 23 overs completed.
113 for 3 after 23. Yeah, I think. Right.
Batsman on this one
Nicely timed from Jensen. That had a solid clunk to it, that ball, and he's sort of pulled it straight down the ground. Straight pull, the strapple, I think they call that.
I think that's the best description I've ever heard of that sort of shot, Jim, because I know others have. It's not the easiest cricket shot ever to describe.
Yep, no, that was a strapple, and yep, no one there for that shot, so very well timed. Good shot from Jensen. That's his second boundary. He's moved to 9 already off just the 4 balls.
Sorry.
The momentum going. Wickets can often slow the pace of a run chase, but not on this occasion.
Slow one this time. Down to long on. A couple of skips down to Barry Cross. Long on.
It's Brent Fleming, I think, actually.
Fleming, sorry. Yes, it is too. Getting those two mixed up, no? Back of the shirt looked, the name looked shorter than it was. It's well bowled there from Finney, but decent shot to match as well from Dale.
Nine coming off that over. So Auckland have got their run rate over 5 and over now. The gap between what they're scoring at and what they require is quite close now. They only need 5.3 from here. They advantage Auckland.
I've certainly got their noses in front, and looking at the Cricket HQ system, if it rained right now, they'd be 15 runs in front of where they need to be. So that's one way to look at it.
Well, if it rained right now, I'd be absolutely shocked.
I was gonna, yeah.
It's not a rain cloud inside.
I did mean to add that in, that there's more chance of me running up One Tree Hill at the moment than there is of it raining. Since that dropped catch from Fairmaid of Adrian Dowell, there's been 31 runs and 32 balls for you, Jim. Mm-hmm. You wondered how important that drop catch was going to be. At the moment, it's costing Canterbury.
Oh, we've got a blank again. Got a blank in the bowling this time.
Put the, yeah, and then just go straight back out of it. Yeah.
Oh, we're going to see Scott Mason into the attack. Sort of forgotten about him. He was one of Canterbury Otago's last best bowlers in the last match.
Oh, this one's cut in front of point. Cover sweeper coming around though. I'll pick up 2 runs.
That is Barry Cross there.
Scott Mason, IPT history, 3rd in the wickets column, 3rd most wickets. 10, average of 21 and a strike rate of 25, so pretty good figures there for him in IPTs. And that's second tournament.
Yes, he's a good bowler. He doesn't bowl fast, but comes left arm over the wicket and wobbles it around a bit, and generally pretty accurate. Tends to pick up wickets.
Jim, you've got our cover, but Wellington Tasman's long off in his way as well. So.
Yes, it's a case of you watch my back, I'll watch yours.
There's a field at oh, this one is up and over.
Chance. Oh, he's put it down again. That was another fairly easy chance on the boundary. It's gone for 4. That's the end result. It was nicely picked up by Jensen off his pads. Probably flick of the wrist there, and not sure who it was in the boundary there. It's a long way away from us. Who the fielder is, and I don't want to accuse the tournament. Quite a few high catches have gone to ground.
Most of them have been pretty easy too, Jim. Catchable anyway. So 6 overs between the 2 drop catches. 39 runs and a wicket. Between the 2, so this game really could come down to that. I know people hate those old adages sometimes, but catches really do win matches.
It's John Gary actually who shelled that one. Usually a pretty good fielder. He's just indicating that it may have wobbled a little bit as it was coming towards him. And he's, for his troubles dropping a catch, he's been given a chance to bowl now. So we're going to see the part-time, I think it's fair to say, off spin of John Gary. Replacing Gerard Finney.
No logic.
No sign of Ryan Dowling at the bowling crease yet. Opened the bowling for Otago Canterbury in the first match that he played, but didn't have a lot of success. His 3 overs went for about 40 runs in that game, which may explain why he hasn't been given a go yet. Gary starts with a bit of a loosener, which Dale turns around the corner and then realises that he may have consigned himself to another 3, which he has.
Stu Jensen's almost lapping Adrian Dale there, actually. The bit of difference in the running between the wickets that went noticed by a few others as well. But Adrian Dale has been out there a while too, so.
Nicely flighted by Gary. It's gone into a similar position. They could be looking at 3 more if they.
I don't know if Adrian Dale's too keen though, because he's got to come to the danger end.
Dale isn't really showing a lot of interest there. He just
even looks over at his teammates to say what's going on.
Didn't even really turn for that one. He's leaning on his bat a wee bit. Is completely understandable after 5 runs and 2 balls. Basically a 100-metre dash. So we may have to change the traditional scorecard, which has a column for 4s, and add a column for 3s in this tournament. It's in the air, but falls safely. And it's another couple for Stu Jensen, who's running to danger end.
Yeah, it must be.
Working, Stewie!
Oh, well, from there. No.
Yeah, he talked, he coached him in Meg. So another hour and a quarter.
So, hour and a quarter was the difference between when Adrian Dale went out to when Stu Jensen went out. Could tell you a bit. Yeah, could tell you why. Adrian Dale wasn't keen to run towards the danger end for another three.
Garth Littlejohn still going in the district's game. He's moved to 64 not out of 61 balls with 7 boundaries, and Adil Samani is keeping him company on 18. So district's looking pretty good in that pursuit of 267. They're going at 6 and over, or just under, which is what they needed from the outset. So it's again just a case of keeping wickets in hand for that side. Target is under 100 in this game. From here, 96 required now is 95. Jensen hits another 2. Good little innings from this so far from Stu Jensen. 21 off 15 balls. He's really kept the score ticking over since he came in. He's made Adrian Dale run pretty hard. Full toss, and he's going to be dismissed if the umpire allows the delivery to count. Batsman is looking towards the umpire to see what happened, and he said no, it was under the waist. So that was a full toss from Scott Mason, and Jensen went to pull it, ended up getting top edge, which flew to the short third man, who took the catch safely, and Jensen's out, just as we were saying that he's been doing quite well. I'll just check who it was that took the catch there. Brent Fleming indeed, thought so. He's a good fielder, Brent Fleming. And every time Auckland gets a partnership going, they lose a wicket. We saw Wira Paruma fall, and then Jensen, who was looking good, just falling for 21 there. So we've got Ofisa Tanu'u coming to the wicket now to join Adrian Dale.
I would, but I'm not. It's the same as when
Fourth wicket down for Auckland, we've just seen. So this one really finely poised at the moment, I think. Adrian Dale, of course, is the key. If Canterbury Otago can prize him out, then the advantage would probably swing in their favour. As it stands, probably even Stevens. Fine leg, where there was no fielder positioned, and it's a 3. Easy one for Dale out to the sweeper.
I know there was no need, but now he's got partners at the other end. Between Jensen before and now fast. Yes. Only sort of short cover that the keeper didn't go in. Score? 1-4-3.
That's the end of Mason's second over. Successful one for him. Getting that very handy wicket of Stu Jensen. And just as we talk about wickets, another one's fallen over in the Districts game. Who is that out? It looks like they may have lost a couple of wickets over there in quick succession. Yes, so they've lost the key wicket of Garth Littlejohn, followed quickly by Steve Kane. So 2 wickets falling in the space of just a couple of overs there on the number 2 ground. Dil Samani's still in, but Districts are 152 for 4 now, and their run rate has just dropped a little bit, so important time for them in their chase of that big target. Ooh. Probably was a run there of some description, but Afisa Tanu'u turning it down. One out to the sweeper for Dale. Slight change in the field. Jared Finney at deep mid wicket's been moved a bit straighter for Tanu'u. Tossed up, and Tanu'u shapes to sweep but doesn't need to as it goes down the leg side, and it's called a wide. It was given lots of loop by Gary. It's a little bit flatter and Tanu'u tries to cut, but the man at backward point stops any run there. Tossed up again, Tanu'u takes the bait, and that's very unlucky for the long on fieldsman. Looked like you have it covered, but it took a huge bounce. The first it was hit fairly flat, but then it just bounced up and went right over the head of the long on fieldsman Brent Fleming, who was racing around to try and cut it off. So absolutely nothing he could have done about that. Just bad luck for the fielder. Handy runs for Tanu'u. Flied it again. That one's even slower from Gary. And Tanu'u just didn't have the patience to wait for it. Played the right shot, but probably played it a second earlier than he needed to. Flatter that time from Gary, so he's really mixing up his pace. And actually quite good over. Went for 6, but not badly bowled.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right, yeah. It hasn't really been that,
because the hard hit was higher, and so you lose all your balance and stuff. Come on, boys, come on!
They're going to come back for the second on a little bit of a misfield from the fielder there. Bumped into his knee, it seemed like. The fielder just stumbling a little bit as he bent down to pick that one up. 2 more for Dale, so Dale's scoring just about every ball now, as he tends to do when he's got a start. Oh, tight single, they've got to go to the bowler's end. Oh, that was an opportunity. It was a pretty good pick up and throw from Brent Fleming, the fielder, but perhaps the bowler wasn't in position. He hadn't got behind the stumps, so he had to throw them backwards once he'd collected the ball, and that's where he wasn't quite able to do that. If he had, Adrian Dale probably would have been out of his ground. So a little bit of a let off for Dale. Fielding proving very important in this game, as it so often does in over-50s cricket. A really good fielding side can make the difference at this level. Nice little dab from Tanu this time into that same area, and he gets a single as well. 160 for 4 districts are. Paul Tomanu has joined Adil Samani. We'll keep you updated on that exciting chase as well.
Something like that I read up there the other day. Anyway, it was a double banger name.
Full toss, and it's in the gap. That'll take some chasing. I think he's timed it well enough to go for 4, and it does. Dale probably gave it just a little bit of extra this time, as he didn't fancy another 3. But full toss, so it was there for the hitting, and he hit it just to the right of the fieldsman in there on the onside, so no fielder behind the fielder. So districts need 6.5 from here. Last, I got about 16 overs to go over there. Need 6.5. Auckland's run rate required has dropped below 5. They only need 4.9 from here. There's that flighted delivery again from Gary. But it just spins down the leg side. It's called a wide. Slow again. Tanu lunges forward. He's not quite sure how to play these deliveries. I'm sure he'd love to smash them. He's just not sure how and where. Slow again. I'm sure Tanu would love nothing more than just to come waltzing down and have a smash. Pretty well played again. He did come down the wicket, but he made sure that he was on over the top of the ball and played quite a nice shot down to mid-off at single. So he's done well since he's come in, Tanu, 9 off 12. Again, Dale just needs these supporting players to bat around him. Tanu calls no, but Dale overrides him with a more confident yes. And of course there was an easy single there. Dale into the 70s now.
What do you do when there's an extra?
Oh no, because I've got 2 lots.
Oh right, oh right.
So, but unless there is an extra, it doesn't count. That's the right.
Might be a little bit too early to start talking about 100 for Dale, but he has scored 3 already this season. And we're going to have a little drinks break here. Dale's walking off quite purposefully. He definitely would like a drink. Just take a short break and be back here soon. standing around for a few extra seconds, maybe discussing some tactics. Should be ready to go in another moment or two. Once again, the two matches going at similar pace. Auckland here 160 for 4 after 30. Districts are 169 for 4 after 30. So Districts 169 for 4 in that game on the other wicket. Garth Littlejohn top scoring with 65, Bert Horner with 48. Currently Dil Samani is on 25, Paul Tamanu's on 7. So they need
maybe 4 balls behind.
about another 100. 96 or 97 from 15 overs.
They're very close. I think
Which is 6.5 and over. It's a good chase for them. Take some getting, with the winner of that match looking to go, well, will progress into the final, as will the winner of the match here on the number 1 wicket.
Yeah, just
The
just to drop it down and leave
scorecard in this match that we're looking at here.
Right, as I said, not that much.
Give it a moment. So, Mike Jamieson fell early. He was bowled by Kelvin Scott for 1. Spencer Day went for 14. Wera Paruma for 40. Jensen for 21. And as you can see on the screen, we've currently got Adrian Dale and Professor Tanu'u batting. We are going to see Ryan Dowling come into the attack, replacing Scott Mason. This will be Dowling's first bowl of the match. It'll be quite interesting to see how he goes. He went for 13 and over in his first match, opening the bowling. So he'll be keen to improve on his tournament economy rate. Starts with a full toss, which Dale just drops into the onside there, just the one.
We're out to big swing and nudging from Professor Tanu'u. Now he needs to start pushing this game along a bit further now. 72 required off 15.
It's only 5 and over though. They've got it well in hand if they don't do anything silly. I'm sure that's what Adrian Dale will have.
Well, it might be. That might be what he's thinking, but it wasn't what he thought on that last ball. He was
reflected in that shot, was it?
halfway down the pitch. Tanu'u's standing on his bat, basically, leaning on his bat. Nice little slap through that cover, then on the 3/4 boundary for a single. God, in the same place, but man, just a bit squarer. Come round for a good 2.
Well, he bowled over 10 over.
Yeah, I know.
Because of all the wides he bowled.
Pass with fear. on that, but I'll say Rich said it.
Cry for LBW from bowler Dowling, but no one else was interested. Least of all the umpire. Decent first over from him. Just 4 runs off it.
You heard a bit of chuckling going on in the background, talking about Adrian Dale's effort in this match. 8 extras coming off his 9 overs, so in fact he basically bowled 10, as well as being out there for 2 hours now with the bat in hand.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he's earning his match fee.
Oh no, well,
It's about a minute behind.
yeah, it is, but he hadn't. Yeah, it's love from his last score.
John Gary's going to keep going here. I think Andrew Hall feels like he's just tempting Tanu'u enough that something might break with these big dangly hangers that he bowls.
Now with the field back, but almost be running it to field right out.
So, field is out at the moment. Cow corner and mid-wicket. Is this one's been looped? Tanu'u goes big and straight. No man back. It's 4 runs.
Yeah, I think he got a bit tired of giving it the big old lunge and decided to just come straight down towards the ball and boof it back over Gary's head, which is really what should happen to those sort of deliveries, I think. You've got a big strong guy like Tanu'u who can hit it, might as well. Especially when the fielder isn't back, which he is now.
Yep.
Andrew Hawes put himself into long off. We've also got a long on and a couple of other guys on the leg side on the boundary. That one's a faster delivery, or the flatter delivery at least. Beats Tanu'u.
4 as well. Pegging Tanu'u back in his crease.
I think tomorrow's going to be interesting with all the players.
I'm just going to wear a wetsuit.
Tanu'u comes down the wicket, hits the stumps, but no deflection taken, so Dale was safe. With an innings like Dale, the way Dale's going at the moment, it would be criminal, wouldn't it? It would be murder almost for him to be run out backing up like that.
Well, I have seen that happen. Yeah, it's fantastic when it goes. Mind you, it hurt the bowler's finger. He had a damaged finger.
Won't hurt his pride. Dale having a look around at the field changes going in. Finally coming into a backward square in the circle. Asking Dale to play the sweep, but can't there with it outside the off stump.
Pretty well bowled that last ball. Dale's been scoring off just about every delivery recently, but he couldn't do much with that one. Or that one. Well bowled again from Gary.
Just straighten up the sign, just pull off the field. Thank you. Just in case. Okay.
Dale comes down the wicket.
Run it up, boys!
quite similar to Tanu'u's shot, but definitely not with the power and strength that it's only 2 runs. These are the 75 off 82.
7 off, 171. 2.
73 off. Yeah. Interesting, Jim, that in that 75, he's only had 5 falls. He touched on it earlier, but that the amount of running Dale has done, even since when you last talked about it, it has increased. The boundaries have really dried up for him.
55 of his 75 he's had to run, plus
whatever else everyone else is.
That's right.
He's probably really glad he turned down that 3 earlier.
Sri Lankans have returned. I gave them a disservice before, saying they'd left. They have stayed around.
Probably their love of cricket and also Auckland cricket as well that's kept them here.
That's right, so they're making a bit of noise. We've got the people under the tent who have been there for most of the day on the far side, and a good crowd on this side of the field as well, both under the veranda and in the little enclosure to our left.
It's great day. Sunday to be out here at Cornwall Park watching.
Absolutely. Nice shot from Dale. That's through the gap. I don't think it'll go all the way, although it's making a good effort. Finney's chasing it, and
another 3.
Yet another 3. So I've lost count of the 3s. I think we're into the double digits as far as 3s go.
Just for this innings?
Just for this innings.
Slaps this one to cover for a single.
I've been quite impressed with the Auckland middle order today. Every new batsman who's come in has played assertively. They haven't allowed wickets to fall in clumps, and they've kept going and batted around Adrian Dale really well.
Oh, you had said to them earlier, in commentary, Jim, that they hadn't performed that well. This one was just thrown away to good wicket. Boundary righty comes in. Tournament-wise, the Auckland middle order has been where it has been weak, but certainly doing the job today with Dale.
Only one batsman failing to make double figures today. That's Mike Jamieson, who fell very early on for 1. Everyone else has got themselves at least into the teens. Single again. Tanu'u charges through.
Wins the prize for the loudest no I've heard in this tournament, Jim. It's assertive and strong. No confusion should reign from a no being yelled that loud and strong.
District's hanging in the other game. The run rate that they require is still in the low sixes. 6.18 is what they need. They're currently 198, chasing 267, so I think they need about 68 runs from 11 or 12 overs. 11 overs. Adil Samani and Paul Tomanu going pretty well. Richard Petrie's taken 3 wickets over there.
It's gone for a bit though, Richard Petrie. 35 off 5. But I think the positive thing for Wellington Tasman there is that 3 wickets.
Interesting point in the game now. Andrew Nuttall coming back into the attack. He's bowled 7 of his 9 overs, so you'd think this will be his last spell, given that he's only got 2 overs left. So, is it the last throw of the dice for the mainlanders? They really need to get Adrian Dale out here, so probably didn't have too much choice about bringing him back on.
Bit of flight, it's turned into a full toss though, up and over. Just pitches basically short of mid-off, as long off comes in.
So we will see the resumption of that Nuttall-Dale battle, which you'd have to say Dale is winning so far. Of course, if Nuttall can get him now, then that could throw the cat among the pigeons.
Currently on strike, 18 off 21, 2 fours in that innings. Just to wait on this one. Glides it to point, shot the stumps, and even though Adrian Dale's been out there for a long time, really well run at single.
Yeah, that was Dale on strike, in fact. So Tunu'u.
It was 2, sorry.
Tunu'u coming, doing the charging down from the non-striker's end.
I knew someone would charge. I was waiting for someone to go.
So if the mainlanders can't take a wicket in the next 2 or 3 overs, I think Auckland will definitely be firm favourites. Oh, that could well have been a stumping chance there. Tunu'u lost his head completely, decided to have a wild swing at Nuttall, missed it. Unfortunately, the keeper couldn't affect the stumping.
I don't think Tunu'u ever got his foot back at all. It's a clean drop for the stumping chance. Tunu'u's still there though.
Not really necessary from Tunu'u. The run rate's well in hand. All they have to do is really see out these last 2 overs from Nuttall. They know that the mainlanders have brought him back with the purpose of taking a wicket. But Tunu'u takes that chance again. Chance down. Oh, long on from Brent Fleming, who usually has safe hands, has shelled yet another outfield chance. That may well be the first one, but we've seen a lot of chances go down on the boundary, and none more crucial than that one. He had it under control, seemingly. He's a good fielder, good set of hands with reverse cup, and it just slipped through onto his belly and small belly, still a belly. It fell to the ground. So,
could you call yourself an over-50s player without a belly? I mean,
Brent can. He's in pretty good nick.
Yeah, I was going to say he's probably shaped than I do, but
he made good ground to get there. That really was why they brought Nuttall back, to make that breakthrough. So. It's a shame for the mainlanders. And you have to say, not incredibly sensible batting from Tunu'u. I would have thought Dale would have told him just to see out Nuttall. But nevertheless, both batsmen live to fight another over.
Well, it's 2 chances for both batsmen that have come at least since the 18th over. I mean, Tanu'u came in a lot later than the 18th, but Canterbury just struggling to take their chances at the moment, which is proving quite costly for them.
The district's chase, run rate required, just blowing out a little bit there. They had a tight over from Steve Houston, and now I think it's Tim Horn who's bowling tightly as well. They haven't lost any further wickets, but run rate's just creeping up on them, as we see.
At 6 and over at the moment.
Through another little fumble in the outfield, this time from Gerard Finney. Allows the Auckland batsman to come back for 2. Tanu'u's moved into the 20s, Dale into the 80s. That's good sensible batting from Tanu'u.
Down to 50 required.
Target's now exactly 50 off 64 balls. So that's run rate of 4.69 required. And they're going at 5.36, so they really don't need to take too many risks at all.
Let's just give that wickets column free and empty from here till the next maybe 5 overs. Upping the run rate from there roughly if you need to, but
brief delay as the ball from the district's boundary trickles into the number 1 ground here, ready to go again.
Good running, boys. Looking for it.
Single there to Dale, a little bit of excitement from Tanu'u about throw going to Dale's end, but throw was pretty safe as well as Dale on the crease.
That's a nice shot. Nice firm cut from Tanu'u, but there's coverage there on the point boundary and just the single.
Well, this is a
That is a no ball, that one.
there we go, Jim.
Maybe you preemptively called it.
You preemptively.
So it's a no ball for height. It would have been a wide, but it was also a no ball because it was too high. So Adrian Dale will have a free hit here. Can't be dismissed, apart from run out. And what's he got to play with? There's a straight mid wicket, a cover sweeper. Let's see, here we go.
Comes down the wicket, squirts it out to the cover. I thought he might have got that ball, but square is Tanu'u sent back. Great call though, because the throw was pretty good.
So just one, it's not a bad result. It's a pretty good delivery and a pretty good description from yourself, Bevan. Squirting was the appropriate verb in that case.
Yeah, I don't know where that one came from, but it was the best I could come up with at the time, and it worked. So.
Ooh, that's firmly struck. He's rocked back and put his weight behind that one, and it's just going to be hauled inside the cover boundary, but it's going to be another 3. Good running from the 2 Auckland batsmen. Adrian Dale is not loving all these triples, but he's running them. It's going to be feeling the lactic acid in those legs, isn't he?
Yeah, he didn't look very happy when he managed to complete that third run. But he knows that it's one less run he has to score at the end.
True. He can have a rest tonight if his team wins. Feel happy with his efforts today.
So the last 5 overs there, Jim. 31 coming off it.
Okay.
Without a loss of a wicket. So quite a decent period there for Auckland. With 10 to go. 43 to 1.
District still in the hunt in their match. Neil Samani's approaching his 50, and they're keeping the run rate in hand. 6.35 is what they need. They need a further 52 runs from 8 overs, I think. So keep an eye on that game. It's going down to the wire, probably more so than this one.
It's 6.5 and over there.
And Andrew Nuttall will bowl his final over here. This is an important juncture in this game. Nuttall really needs a wicket here. But I'm sure the batsman would have identified that and just said, just make sure we don't get out to Nuttall in this over, because in theory things should get easier after seeing him off.
Oh, no wickets for Nuttall too.
No, that's right.
Disappointing from him. Well, not disappointing. He'll be disappointed that he hasn't picked up a wicket bowling this tidy.
Well, on a wicket that's apparently giving some assistance to the spinners, and being the excellent bowler that he is, I'm sure the mainlanders would have been looking to him to take some.
So,
Might delve into his little bag of tricks here, Nuttall. He does have a variation where he comes with a round arm action, and the ball tries to get the ball to swing in, so we might see that. Good tight bowling, but good sensible batting from Tanu. Even if he has to play out a maiden here, he won't be too upset with that. And the Sri Lankan drummer has arrived. Don't know if you can hear that. Ooh, another dot ball. So 4 dots in a row from that Tanu's played out.
The drums have come out.
The drums have come out. The Sri Lankans are clapping. Some singing going on. So that's excellent to see and hear. Appeal for LBW as Tanu sweeps, but no, not out. So can he just hold his nerve for this last delivery, Tanu? Yes, he has. Maiden over from Nuttall, but no wicket, and that was the key element in that over. So Nuttall's bowled out. His figures 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 maidens, including that last one, none for 32. So good bowling, good tight bowling, but no wickets.
4.78.
Just under 4.8, still well under control. That's the run rate required by Auckland. We've got Scott Mason, who's going to come back into the attack here, replacing Ryan Dowling.
bit of discussion going on here between Gore and his adjutant as well as the batsman.
Bongos.
Seems as though Richard might be able to confirm with us whether it is bongos or some other percussion.
He's tapping with his hand, he's not playing with the drumsticks.
That's about how much I could tell if it's a bongo or not. He's not using drumsticks, so.
Okay, so it's going to be Mason bowling to Dale. Start of the 37th over. 43 runs needed off 54 deliveries. Dale progressing towards perhaps another century. Oh, he's played that beautifully. It was short, and he didn't give it a full smash, just turned it around the corner. Sort of a short arm pull. It has gone to the boundary. 4 runs to Dale. He moves to 86. Perhaps inside of his 4th over-50s century this season. And his 5th overall from memory.
Yeah, he just moved inside. Just twisted his hips a little bit. Flipped his wrists. The player was up, the fine leg was up. He's being moved back to the boundary now. And this one's just pushed past mid-wicket. They go through for a single. It's been raining 50s today, Jim. The deal with Samani over in the districts game on 46 currently.
So rain expected in that game.
That's the only chance of rain to happen, isn't there? Comes of white cloud around, but
Yeah, very exciting chase over there. We'll give you an update on that one shortly.
this is like Chris Jeffries just got a big maximum going on. Back here though, Dale just cuts through point for a single.
And it's a no ball, I believe. Did you get that, scorers? The umpires have signalled a no ball.
Yeah, on our one.
Pretty sure.
Free hit.
Okay, well,
I think he's just putting it out to stop the bowler coming in.
oh, okay, all right. Close run, but Sanu comes charging down the wicket and makes it in plenty of time. In fact, it wasn't a no ball, as a scorer pointed out. It might have just been the umpire stopping the ball from coming in.
It's a good tight single there from Tanu'u, and something the old-fashioned cricketers complain about these days is sliding their bat, and Tanu'u did that very well.
I think he's batted really well today. He's played exactly the right sort of innings. And he's mixed in a few aggressive shots like that one.
Well, they put a man back there for a slog sweep, basically, but he played it straighter and picked up 2 for it.
But he's the sort of guy who likes to hit boundaries. And he's reined himself in a little bit and done exactly what Auckland have needed him to do. Scoring 30 off 40. He's shown decent defence. He's dabbed the ball and pushed it around inside the circle and played a few aggressive shots as well. So he's done really well.
Well, they're definitely in front of the game at the moment. 1 or 2 wickets, especially if one of those
And it
is
seems
Dale. Could really turn things again for Canterbury though.
Yeah, speaking of turning things, it looks like districts have turned things in their favour. Their run rate required is under 6 now. They need 42 runs off 7 overs, so it's just around 6, and they've got 6 wickets in hand. So District's looking like they could well chase down this hefty target that Wellington Tasman set them. That would be a great effort from the District's team.
Knocking out the defending champions. Potentially.
Change of bowling. Craig Gibb coming into the attack for the first time. Another off-spin bowler. Part-timer. So interesting choice from Andrew Hoare to bring him on. Doesn't bowl a huge amount, as that first ball wide might suggest. Just bowls off a couple of paces. Not a big spinner of the ball. Oh, chance! No, we thought that I thought that was a fielder, but it was actually a fielder from the other game. Fielder from the other game, making it clear that he wasn't going to catch that ball, and Dale takes a single. Well played. There's no one in the ring on the onside there, so Tanu'u saw that and just dropped it into that gap for an easy single. Cut away by Dale. There is a man tracking across to try and cut it in, and he will. On the point boundary. Relays the throw in. 2 more for Dale. He's into the 90s now. Don't want to put the mockers on him, but it does feel a little bit inevitable that he will cruise to that century. Scored so many centuries in his career, of course. Daly knows exactly how to do it. Shows a little bit of finesse there. Really knows where all the gaps are, and he's found again a different one. Picks up another 2, and they just totally milked Gibb there in that over for 7 runs. Now, let's just take a quick look at the Districts game. Districts need 33 runs from 6 overs. So that's only 5.5 an over. They've got Chris Jeffries and Adil Samani. So two big boys at the crease. Both batting well, so probably advantage Districts in that match.
Interesting point to note in that match. We've got Paul Tamanu has retired hurt due to having lost a lens, contact lens. Oh. So that's the reason why he had to come off the field out of the batting crease. Yeah.
Well, good luck finding it.
Yeah, I don't think that's on the. But can't really see much if you need a corrective lens.
Right.
You shine a light and you pick it up. That's how they do it. That's what they do for.
chance.
Good
and run
single
out.
there is an
They
appeal
appeal for it, but I think we could even see from here that Dale had made his ground.
It reminds me that the best thing to do if you've lost your corrective lens is shine a light on the ground for it.
Well, sounds easy, but you probably need to know roughly where you've lost it on a field the size of a cricket ground.
Apparently it works for a rugby player. So.
Dark first or?
Districts have hit another boundary, so they're inching closer to their target there. It'll be a fantastic effort for them to chase down that big score of Wellington Tasman. The main side there was a man there, but it's just such a big area there that chances are it's always going to land in open spaces, as it did, and 2 more for Dale.
Yeah, I figured.
Good solid on drive for another single for Dale. Gets closer and closer. He's on 96 now. More clever batting from Tunu'u. He's looked really good today.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's good though.
Adrian Dale, 1 shot away from century, but looks like he's happy just to get there in ones, keep the strike. So the target is just 21 off 36 balls now, so that's well in hand. Districts look like they're going to win their game. They've brought their rate required down to 4 1/4. Adil Samani and Chris Jeffries still going really, really well over there. Heads look a little bit down among the Firehawks. If Auckland and Districts get up, then we'll have a final between those two teams, those two teams played off for 3rd and year's IPT, so last year's finalists would be playing for 3rd and 4th this year. Still a little bit of water to pass under the bridge first, before we can say that. Ooh, his Dale nearly got a leading edge back to Gibb, but just fell short. That would have been a bit cruel if he'd fallen like that. Just 1 more to Dale. 98 he is now, just 2 away from his 4th over-50s century of this season alone, to go with the one that he scored against Canada at the 2018 World Cup. That's a total of 5. Just off the top of my head, I don't think any other New Zealand batsman scored more than 2. John Gary has 2. Mason Robinson scored his first today.
Yeah, we'll play.
Great stuff, JT.
Sri Lankan contingent of the crowd rerun, banging their drums, calling out encouragement to the players. They're here to support Auckland, of course. Just doing it in ones, Adrian Dale. One down the ground, takes him to 99. Aggressive shot from Tanu. That's hit really well outside the off stump. He didn't have a lot of room to move with that shot, but he muscled it out over point in the air, and it's gone racing into the trees there. So boundary 4 for Tanu. Really excellent innings from Tanu. I think he's paced it really, really well. Done just what skipper would have wanted him to do.
14 required.
31 balls. Run rate now 2.71.
Oh, chance there as it maybe didn't go as far away from the wicketkeeper as the two batsmen thought, but Dale scurrying through for a single off the last ball of the over.
2-2-1.
Districts only need 12 runs to win their game, and they've got 4 overs to do that. So that looks pretty close to a fait accompli over there. And change of bowling by the looks of things. I think it's Adam Fairmaid coming back into the attack. He bowled 3 overs at the start of the innings, none for 18. Just a little bit of a delay here as Fairmaid sets his field. Bit of a discussion from the two batsmen. So this really is the last throw of the dice for Canterbury Otago mainlanders, with Auckland only requiring 13 to win off 30 deliveries. Something rather extraordinary would have to happen from here. Main interest in whether Adrian can score his 100, Adrian Dale. It's going to be 2 for Tanu. So Dale's century will have to wait a little bit longer. Surely we shouldn't start considering the possibility of Tanu scoring all these remaining runs by himself and leaving Dale on 99. Well, he is going to score a bunch more runs here as he's swung it away on the leg side, and it's gone for 4. 4 of them. Only 7 runs required now.
If he hits a 6 now.
If Tanu were to hit a 6 or even a 4 now, then that would leave Dale stranded on 99.
The opposition captain said it back.
Well, they just changed. No, he did.
And there's a wide.
They're just going to widen it here, so he
So I'm sure Dale doesn't know what he's on.
He's well possible.
Good delivery from Fairmaid. It's been a while since we've seen the ball beat the bat. So 6 runs required for Auckland to win this game. There is one of them probably. So that will bring Adrian Dale onto strike with 2 deliveries left in this over. And he needs 1 run to bring up his century. And he's beaten as well. He's beaten as well. That was a pretty good delivery from Fairmaid. So we've got 1 ball left in this over. If Adrian Dale can't get it here, it'll be interesting. Here we go. No, it's a dot ball. That's the end of the over. So we've got the next over will be Junior Tanu'u on strike with only 5 runs required. One of the Auckland players has tried to relay a message, but he's been shooed away because the batsman thought he was bringing out a drink, whereas in fact he was trying to convey to Adrian Dale that he just needs 1 run, and maybe for Tanu'u not to try and finish this with a couple of lusty blows. So we're going to see Andrew Hoare having a bowl. I've never seen Andrew bowl. This will be interesting. I think he has bowled at first class level, interestingly, but not at over 50s level to my knowledge. He'll be bowling to Tanu'u, who's within sight of his own milestone on 46. So there's a very good chance that one of these 2 batsmen will get a milestone. Looks like he bowls fairly flat off spin. Single for Tanu'u. That brings Adrian strike. There's 4 balls left in this over. He needs 1 run for his century. Four runs to win the match. 1 run for Dale to reach 100. Looks like he's done it. He's done it. Century for Adrian Dale. Excellent innings. Punches the air. 100 for Adrian Dale. Well done. He was very happy with that. He loved that. He's really wanted to do well for his team today. And he scored a match-winning century. You can't ask much more than that from your skipper. And then Tanu'u sends the umpire diving for cover. Just as well he's a young fella, the umpire, because an older guy might not have got out of the way. Ooh, pretty well bowled from Andrew Hoare. And now we could have a reverse situation where Officer Tanu'u's left stranded. Oh, some pretty good fielding at mid-on there by Brent Fleming. And that is the end of the over. So there's a little whether Tanu'u's on 49 or 45. His last boundary was signalled leg byes initially, although it was pretty clearly off the bat, I thought. So we're not sure whether Tanu'u's on 45 or 49. Maybe a moot point in terms of reaching a 50, given that Adrian Dale's about to face this next over with scores level. So unless he blocks out a maiden, then runs in this over. And he guides it down through the vacant third man position down in front of us here. It's picked up right in front of me here, and that'll be the end of the match. Applause all round. The players shake hands, and there was an excellent chase, very clinical again for the second game in a row from the Auckland team. They only lost 3 wickets the other day. They've lost 4 today. Adrian Dale unbeaten on both occasions. He finishes on 104. Officer Junior Tanu'u finishes on 49 not out or 45 not out. We'll try and confirm that. So excellent effort from Auckland. And as I look over to the number 2 pitch, I can see that Districts have indeed chased down their target.
They're searching for the contact lens.
Districts have chased down their target of 266, also for the loss of only 4 wickets, so fantastic chase from them. Adil Samani finishing 65 not out. Chris Jeffries 29 not out. They did that with 2.5 overs spare. So we are going to have a final between Districts and Auckland tomorrow. The 2 teams that played off for 3rd and 4th last year are going to be competing for the IPT title tomorrow, and last year's 2 finalists, Canterbury Otago and Wellington Tasman, will be fighting it out for the wooden spoon. Applause for Adrian Dale as he walks off. He's delighted, big smile on his face. 104 not out. Really good innings from the Auckland and New Zealand Over-50s captain. Local boy, Cornwall Cricket Club, scored a lot of centuries on this ground. Add 1 more to that tally. Just run you through the scorecard quickly. Mike Jamison was bowled Kelvin Scott for 1. Spencer Day was LBW Kelvin Scott for 14. Chanawera Paruma was LBW Gerard Finney for 40. Stuart Jensen was Court Fleming bowled Mason for 21. Adrian Dale 104 not out from 111 balls with just 6 boundaries. So a lot of running from him. Officer Tanu'u, the official score is 45 not out from off 4 made, none for 23 off 4.1. Andrew Nuttall, none for 32 off 9. Gerard Finney, 1 for 33 off 5. Scott Mason, 1 for 36 off 5. John Gary, none for 24 off 4. Ryan Dowling, none for 21 off his 3 overs. Craig Gibb, none for 15 off 2. And Andrew Hoare, none for 4 off the 1 over that he bowled. So, we're all done here for today. We'll be back at the live streamed game tomorrow will start at 11:30 New Zealand time. The 3rd and 4th playoff starts an hour before that at 10:30, so that the players can come and watch the conclusion of the final. So join us tomorrow for Auckland versus Districts. Should be an absolute cracker.